Good morning. My name is Alaa Kamil, and I am serving as the designated federal official to the U.S. EPA Science Advisory Committee on Chemicals, SAC. For this meeting and in my role, I will be opening the third day of the public meeting on EPA's 2023 draft supplement to the 1,4-dioxane risk evaluation. I'd like to repeat that SAC meetings are subject to all FACA requirements. These include open meetings, timely public notice of meetings, and document availability to the public. All documents are available to the public in the docket at regulations.gov. As a reminder, this meeting is being webcasted, transcribed, and recorded. And a live stream of today's meeting is available on YouTube, and you can see the link on the meeting website, which also has links to the meetings we had yesterday and the day before on September 12 and 13. I would like to thank the chair, Dr. George Cobb, for chairing yesterday's session, and to the committee members and ad hoc reviewers for responding to charge questions. Now we proceed with the remaining charge questions, and I hand it over to the chair, Dr. George Cobb. Dr. Cobb?
I think you're muted.
All right, you're muted, Dr. Cobb. Yeah.
I'm muted. I thought I had fixed that.
Okay.
So thank you a lot. Before we get started, I do need to get the roll taken care of. So let's do that. Dr. Apte?
I'm here.
Dr. Baker?
Here.
Dr. Chason?
Here.
Dr. Ike?
I'm here.
Dr. Fox?
Here.
Dr. Graham?
Here.
Dr. Heiger-Bernays?
Here.
Ms. Jenkins?
Here.
Dr. Merced Nieves?
Here.
Dr. Ottinger?
Here.
Dr. Prisbilla?
Present.
Dr. Rife?
Here.
Dr. Rubin?
Here.
Dr. Rumpler? Dr. Rumpler? Dr. Voorhees?
Here.
Dr. Wright?
Here.
Dr. Bennett?
I am here.
Dr. Burkall?
Here.
Dr. Clark?
Here.
Dr. Ginsburg?
I'm here.
Dr. Henneman?
Here.
Dr. Jajak?
Here.
Dr. McKenzie?
Here.
Dr. Maglino?
Here.
Dr. Portier?
Here.
And Dr. Potter?
I'm here.
That's almost unanimous for what we thought we were going to have. Let me go back, see if Dr. Rumpler joined.
Present.
Ah, okay. Very nice. So we have everyone. Thanks everyone for joining today for the vibrant discussions yesterday. I would like to, before we go into actual charge questions, see if there are any points of clarification from the committee or things that we need to revisit from yesterday. We went pretty rapidly yesterday. I want to make sure that all the comments were captured. And to see if the agency may have, or the EPA may have any questions for us. Any answers for any of the questions that we posed, perhaps? So seeing no.
Dr. Cobb.
Oh, wait, I do see,
Dr.
wait, Mary, I see your hand is faded into the background. So
No,
Dr. Fox.
Yes, not a problem at all. So I wanted to follow up on one of the points that came up. So I lost track of exactly what question we did last, what we did yesterday, because we skipped ahead. but the point was about the surface water modeling and the concern about the lack of a high flow condition, right, in the models that were presented in the document. And so I educated myself a little bit last night on this because I was concerned about so that the data that are built into the model that's being used, right, covers like I think it's from the 1970s to the early 2000s. So it's a good large bit of data. But I was concerned that, you know, as we continue to feel the impacts of climate change and extreme weather events and extreme precipitation, that, you know, maybe that data isn't quite up to snuff, right? But actually, I did a little research on precipitation trends. And actually, so the increased precipitation trends have been happening for a very long time. And in fact, that chunk of data, you know, reflects increased precipitation. So that allayed my concerns a little bit, but I just want to talk about, you know, the value of Monte Carlo modeling is that you can look at a distribution, right? And typically we want to look at a whole distribution, not just one side of it. So a little bit of just some clarifying and maybe some useful input that the agency may be able to incorporate into the supplement. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other points? Okay, with that, we will move into charge question 2.3b. And if the EPA will read that into the record.
Good morning, this is Susanna Wagner with EPA. It looks like the screen sharing is disabled, so I can't share this on the screen. I can start reading, or if
yeah, try now.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, does that look okay?
It does.
Thank you. All right, so it was 2.3c that we're on, correct? Am I on the right line?
Yes.
Or C. I have it, sir. Oh, that's 2.4. I'm sorry.
The previous charge question to that. There you go.
Okay. While the aggregated probabilistic model is informed by site-specific release information, the agency aims to develop and utilize methods for national scale risk evaluations that estimate risks for a nationally representative distribution of exposures. Please comment on the strengths and uncertainties in this approach for providing a nationally representative distribution of chemical concentrations that is suitable for informing a national scale risk evaluation.
Thank you. And our lead discussant for this question is Dr. Wright.
All right. Yep. Thank you. Good morning. And on behalf of the associate discussions for this question, Andrew Miglino, Jennifer Prisbilla, Rainbow Rubin, and Charles Voorhees, I'll start with a brief summary of what I think are the key points from the comments received, and then I'll go into a little more expansion on those points. So, for some high-level key points, the goal of developing a national scale model is appreciated as worthwhile, and new data will continue to become available to support this in coming years as more data sources come online, especially some from new projects, even from federal sources that I think can be trusted sources of streaming data to support these models. A significant strength of an ideal probabilistic model lies in its potential to counteract biases from locality differences, effectively pinpointing hotspots or other areas of high concern or high concentrations of contaminants. However, there is room for improvement and reduction of uncertainties with refinements that could be added now to the current model. For aims related to obtaining a nationally representative distribution of exposures, It will be essential to include extreme events in training such models so that the broader spectrum of variability can be incorporated. And I think this speaks to the comment that Dr. Fox just offered in the previous comment period. So for more detail, the goal of developing a national level set of risk estimates is important, and the EPA should be commended for their efforts to do this. As the agency notes, there is issue that the data are limited, and the data that are available are for specific locations that may or may not be nationally relevant, and available data are also variable. Even when dioxide concentrations are known at the point of release, estimating exposure after downstream dilution and variable practices by local water treatment facilities, some of which may remove or reduce dioxane and some of which do not, makes developing a national representative exposure model challenging. The current availability of data suggests that developing nationally representative model will be subject to error. The crucial question is, what is the current alternative? At present, there seems to be no alternative to the model EPA has deployed, but is at best an interim solution and should be recognized as such. What the report does not discuss is what plans the agency does have for obtaining more data so the model can be refined in the future. For the aggregate probabilistic model, the differences between the actual locations in terms of hydrology, industry, and commercial, non-commercial population could be pronounced. Although the Monte Carlo simulations can aid with diminishing the biasing effect of these locality differences and produce more average or other statistically relevant results, the biases induced from using actual location characteristics could be important for defining hotspots or areas with intense, relatively speaking, concentrations of contaminants. As the release of 1,4-dioxane is not ubiquitous across the US, for example, figures 2.2 on page 46, 2-5 on page 49, and 2-8 on page 54, identification of hotspots may be more informative than simply determining overall percentiles of concentrations. Therefore, if possible, including locality characteristics may be able to aid in interpretation of the results and estimating the likelihood of higher risk locations where additional analyses could be informative in fully evaluating the potential risk. Further, as with question 2A, the decision to use only one location's loading estimates, in this case Liverpool, Ohio, greatly reduces confidence in the results. East Liverpool, Ohio is not identified by EPA as unique or representative of national release or usage trends, nor is it identified as a site with the greatest water releases of 1,4-dioxane, as can be seen in figure 2.2 again. Therefore, it is uncertain how these loadings are applicable to any other site, and even less clear how they are representative of nationally representative distributions that could be used to inform a national risk evaluation. Further, the aggregate probabilistic model itself is robust in its estimates and uncertainties. However, there are several assumptions with the associated data. While the EPA states that most of the input data was robust, it seems to be highly variable for a given OES or COU, which may contribute to uncertainties in national estimates. A recommendation is to provide validation of the model and assumptions when possible. This could be accomplished by a sensitivity analysis to examine how the removal or addition of less robust data affects the results of the probabilistic model. And further, with regard to uncertainty, the value of the probabilistic model is that climate models accounting for extreme hydrologies can be incorporated, including extreme events in addition to monthly averages would be beneficial. This will be especially important as frequency of what were previously considered extreme events may change. Modeling would be improved by capturing a fuller range of variability by including distributions of those days for which upstream concentrations could be captured. This is specifically in reference to this text that, quote, in modeling water concentrations, modeled downstream concentrations could only be produced for days with available upstream concentrations, so the full range of variability could not be captured in this approach from the text, end quote. And that was my high-level summary. For if I've mischaracterized any of the input from the associate discussants, invite them to comment now as well.
This is Jennifer Prisbilla. No further comment for me. Thank you for your summary.
This is Rainbow Rubin. Excellent summary. Thank you. No further comment.
This is Andrew Maglino. I echo everyone else's comments.
I don't know if Dr. Voorhees is here today.
Yes, I have no further comments. That
Okay,
was
sorry.
great.
Apologize. Thanks.
So great summary. Thanks to the discussants for that. Are there comments from the other members of the committee? So actually, I have a couple of comments, and I need to apologize, David, to you and everybody else. I had sent these comments thinking they might fit better in number 3. I just got them back this morning. So I will read these in, and then I'll just send these to you, David. If they're minority perspectives, that's fine. I think it fits kind of with what you're saying, though. So let me get these into the record. So if you look at lines 3526 to 3534, the section needs to be viewed with care. A small number of measured data points downstream of a 1,4-dioxane discharge agree with the model data, but that does not suggest that the modeled data are likely to be reasonable without a larger data set. And it does not provide any indication of the proportion of waters that may contain 1,4-dioxane. Also, on lines 2103 to 2105, in table 2.11, it would seem that a high centile column, something like a 90th or 95th percentile, should be added. Let me rephrase that. In lines 2103 to 2105, the high centile column should be added, as was done in table 2.11. And that's it. That's it. And I will send you these comments, David.
Right. Thank you.
So are there other comments? Okay, seeing none, we will move to charge question 2.3C. And the lead discussant there is Steve Bennett. We would need the charge question read in by the EPA staff. Thank you.
Hi, this is Susanna Wagner. I'll read charge question 2.3C.
You're fading out.
All right, I'm moving the microphone closer. As described in Appendix G.2.3, EPA included multiple years of release data for each facility reporting releases as inputs into the probabilistic model. The agency used available surface water monitoring data to provide an input distribution of background surface water concentration. Please comment on the strengths and uncertainties of the specific inputs and source data EPA used to run the model, including EPA's approach to incorporating multiple years and multiple sources, i.e. facility releases and background concentrations in this methodology.
Thank you, Dr. Wagner. Dr. Bennett, do you have the summary?
I do. Good morning, Steve Bennett. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I took the comments from the discussions in here, and I'll try to summarize their pieces, but certainly let them weigh in afterwards. Yeah, I think in general, the pulling the exposure from the industrial sources of surface waters was the discussants had quite a bit of confidence in those data. They felt it was pretty strong having reported data. But then as it shifted to the background or the other sources, less confidence in there, as it went through that. So I think that, that's a piece that I'll talk a little bit about the uncertainties, but certainly the strength having a couple different sources in there to look at those. Having multiple years of data was a positive point as well. And going through there. In one couple issues that kind of popped up as looking at this, as you bring the sources out into surface water, is how to incorporate all the assumptions with the variability of the surface water, and unclear how that impacts different bodies of water going with the monitoring data. as well as the impacts from other sources, whether it's from the down the drain sources or sources coming out from drinking water, especially the uncertainty or the lack of significant amount of monitoring data from some of those other sources, or where there are relatively limited sources. I think New York State in particular has quite a bit of monitoring data. So I think there could be some enhancement into to try to incorporate other sources going forward. The other piece with talking about variability, having multiple years of data was helpful to kind of get a little bit better picture. So you look, especially since much of this data was collected during the pandemic, and there's quite a bit of fluctuation during the pandemic, but it's good having a couple different years. But then as you go down towards the background piece, that's where a little bit of the uncertainty comes into play. Kind of way I would think of it as the upstream sources, or closer to the sources of the industrial sources, of high confidence, quite a bit of data. But then as you go downstream, less certainty, and you're shifting towards the modeling. And I think it may be useful for the agency to express that in some manner, where they're either both in terms of certainty or uncertainty of the data, but also relative distribution of that data as they go through time, as well as distance from the monitoring sites. Look down here. A couple questions around the quality, data quality. One piece was, is this the agency use any of the TRI air release data to estimate or ground truth some of the groundwater estimates? There was a reference at line 11171 that references the distance for most of the case studies, and unclear, since there's 3 case studies, whether that refers to 2 out of the 3 or 3 of the 3. Recommend that the agency clarifies that as to which case that applies to. I think the part that came up with a couple of the discussions was when the agency refers to the background, whether that's coming from groundwater sources or down the drain sources, or potentially, and the relative piece of that relationship to the industrial sources. It's unclear, where they came from and how relevant, how important they are as you move away from the different sites. And as you move further and further away from an industrial site, all of the sources 1-4 goes closer to a background level, and so it's a little bit difficult to tell as they go away. So there may be other ways to incorporate other pieces of data, or attempt to show those relationships with the modeling as you move away from the more the reporting sites. And make sure I got all the things. A couple of suggestions. Lines 2005 to 2007, the use of conservative, and I think this is a question we've raised a couple of different points at times. In specific, the additional scenarios with lower days, number of days of 2005 operation, provide more conservative estimates of the resulting surface water concentrations, and are intended to evaluate the full range of possible facility release patterns based on the available information. This sounds like a low release estimate, which is a hazard and risk, and is not generally considered to be conservative. So again, this question that popped up previously, and I think this is from Dr. Cobb, but make sure that a consistent name nomenclature in there. Yeah, I'll make sure there's one other one. And one question, this is kind of common, there's a couple, figure 2.8, which falls in there. The way the graph is showed up, it includes the information around the various sites, and the way the graph is set up, that it looks a little, it's called a little confusing. So I may want to look at how they've put the graphics on there. The incorporation of the tribal lands and lots of small areas within the US maps makes it a little bit hard to extract good information from that table, or excuse me, from that figure. So the agency may want to look at that a little bit to make that more clear to the readers of that. And I think that's everything here. I do have one in our written notes. We will have a table. One of the discussants summarize each of the different case studies with a lot of granularity. So I will incorporate that, but I summarized those pieces there. So I think that's the big picture. Hopefully I didn't miss anything, but certainly welcome any of the discussants to add on to my piece.
Thank you. It's a great summary. So the remaining discussants, we'll go through them in order. Dr. Barakal?
Dr. Bennett did a great job summarizing the comments. The only comment I wanted to add was about the down the drain contribution, which it wasn't unclear to me what was the population that was used to compute those down the drain contribution, whether they were using the population in census tracts, census block counties, and the fact that when you're looking at multiple years, how is the change in the population size accounted? So that was the only comment I have that wasn't summarized explicitly in Dr. Bennett's summary.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Fox?
Nothing to add.
Dr. Hager-Benes?
Nothing to add.
Dr. Miglino?
Yeah, just a small amount to add. I think it was touched on, but just in a little more detail. I do have some concerns about the lack of raw data, drinking water data used to kind of develop the background concentrations. I think it's only based on a few states, which are not even among the highest value states from finished water. So I'd anticipate the raw water to be a bit higher. I understand that there is a lack of data available, so that's quite understood. It's just that does bring into a level of uncertainty in whether we're actually capturing what's going on in reality. And then the only other thing, and I've been debating whether this fits under this question or a different charge question, is for the case study background information. Again, a lack of information there simply because of the few number of grab samples above the limit of detection, which we've talked about ground truthing and a few other questions, and I'm certain it'll come back up. It just adds, again, a question of whether the model is actually, I don't know if accurate is quite the right word, but certainly whether its predictive capabilities are in line with what we're expecting them to be. Because there is very little to compare to. I think Columbia, Tennessee, for example, of the 4 grab samples in 2013, only 1 was above the limit of detection. And the background information is obviously quite important for some of these situations. So if we only have 1 sample over 1 year, is the background really being captured? I think that's everything that I had. Thank you.
Thank you. So Dr. Bennett has his hand up. So
Yeah, sorry, I forgot one thing in there too, and this kind of feeds on what Andrew just stated. There's an assumption that when you look at the conditions of use corresponding, they're generated on a national scale, and they may or may not align with where the case studies are taking place. So the agency may want to address that in terms of their uncertainty as to how representative those different pieces are with their various case studies. So that's just another area of potential uncertainty.
So thank you. Any other comments from the associate discussants? Comments from the balance of the committee? Well, again, I had sent some comments to folks that lead discussants that said they thought my comments fit better here than where I'd sent them. So, and actually one of them does. I'm not sure, Steve, if you got this second one, but I'll read these and I'll send them directly to you as soon as we're done. So in section 2.3.2.4, there's a phrase, or on reaches that are not impacted by releasing facilities. That phrase indicates monitoring data are not necessarily downstream of 1,4-dioxane facilities and thus can't be used to evaluate the dioxane facility impacts on stream concentrations in streams. That's point number one. Point number two is there appear to be insufficient data in Appendix G 2.3.2 to verify the model data. These are simple data to obtain. More in-stream measurements are needed and should be provided to the agency, if necessary, by users or trade associations. Otherwise, the regulated communities should be prepared to accept high centile exposure data and possibly uncertainty factors to provide protections for human health. And I think this is, it may be stronger, but it's along the lines of what Dr. McGlino was saying. Is there's just not very much data there to actually verify these models, and it's relatively easy data to obtain. So those are my couple of comments, and I'll send these right over to you, Dr. Bennett. Are there other questions? Dr. Hager-Benanes.
Yes, I didn't have another question, but I do want to support Dr. Cobb's statements. And in fact, what I had written in the comments, Dr. Bennett did represent, but to clarify a little bit further, that lack of monitoring data is a gap, right? And that gap is going to strongly influence sort of the entire assessment for that surface water. So my comments emphasize the need, A, for additional monitoring data, and two, to recognize not just the uncertainty, but the incomplete data used for that model prediction. And I think because this is these are input parameters at the end of the day, right? I hate that expression. At the end, right, everything hinges on having those data. So that is a really both a gap and it's a gap. It's uncertainty, and this is an uncertainty that can be filled with more data. So thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Apte.
I just want to say what Wendy said, and that's exactly what I had in my mind, and I totally support that. Just wanted to put that on record.
Thank you. And when we're doing the document review, we can also speak up and say, yes, I agree with that point, even if you didn't say it here. You're welcome to say things here, but you have the opportunity when we're reviewing to put a comment that, yes, I agree with this, even if it doesn't say the majority of the committee perspective. Other comments? All right, well, thanks to everyone for, thanks to the review team, the discussants, and the committee for making these comments. Now, we can go to charge question 2.3.D. And is Dr. Wegner going to read that in again for us?
Yes. Hi, this is Susanna Wegner with EPA. I'll read.
I think it's the question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I need to advance the slide.
Thank you, Allah.
So I will read charge question 2.3.d. To evaluate the performance of the probabilistic model, EPA used site-specific case studies to compare modeled concentrations to available co-located monitoring concentrations. Based on the case study comparisons presented in section 2.3.1.4 and appendix G.2.3.2, EPA concluded that there is strong concordance between monitoring data and modeled concentrations. Please comment on the strengths and uncertainties of the comparisons between modeling and monitored concentrations, including the case studies described in appendix G.2.3.2. Specifically, describe the relevance of the monitored data and its relevance to the modeled concentrations, and comment on EPA's interpretation of the case study results.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I was having a hard time unmuting myself. Thank you for that. Before we go on, I'd like to forewarn EPA, we're going to do 2.4.b next, as we did 2.4.a at the close of yesterday. So that will be the next one that we, next charge question that we do. So Dr. Voorhees was our lead discussant for this. So please take it away.
All right, first, a general comment on terminology. Based on the cases presented, which are very useful, rather than concordance, the committee felt there seems to, it would be better to say something like good to within orders of magnitude or generally consistent with, rather than concordance between the model and the observed concentration as reported in table appendix G3. Modeled surface water estimates are reported as higher than observed concentrations. Strengths: if the case studies are valuable as a means of ground truthing, but a tendency to overestimate, so it would be expected to result in health protection, which the committee felt was a good thing, that it errs on the side of overestimates. Uncertainties: the surface water data used were not specific to drinking water, so it may not accurately reflect such sources. Are the water types sampled similar to those used as drinking water sources? Are some of the samples from waters used as drinking water? At present, the text only says that the data may or may not represent locations used as sources of drinking water. That's on page 52. The surface water data are highly dependent on location, timing of sample collection, influences of precipitation, land use, temperature, etc. on measured concentrations, and a relatively small number of samples. It would be useful to see a description that clearly states these uncertainties and how the modeled approach and the measurements are influenced by each of these factors. The range of detection limits is from 0.001 to 28,000 micrograms per liter, a very broad range. A modest portion of the data set, 20%, had high limits of detection, and some were very high. See figure 2.7 on page 54. This is an important data limitation. Also, the SAC has pointed out previously, I think this came up just a few minutes ago, that the use of the term conservative estimate is problematic when there's so much missing data. There are other sources of discharge that are unreported, unaccounted for. While these may or may not be small, they are important in many communities. These include combined sewer overflows that are discharging and releasing raw or partially treated sewage in approximately 860 communities with a total population of about 40 million. Most of these discharges are located in the Northeast and Great Lakes areas. Accidental releases or presence of releases from unregulated sources may be accounted for, but it is not clear based on the text and in figure appendix G2. I hope I captured people's comments. If somebody wants to add something, please do so.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Voorhees. We have 4 associate discussants, Dr. Bennett, do you have additional comment?
Yeah, I think just adding a little bit on to what Dr. Voorhees said, given the wide variety or the wide variation of site-specific and other sources that are in here, having some of that context of, the bulk of the monitoring is based off of specific manufacturing processes, whether it's PET manufacture, ethoxylation byproducts. So they tend to dominate what's in there. And so that, that also tends to dominate the monitoring. And so we can have a little bit of additional context as to where the monitoring net numbers are coming from relative to the some of the other sources that are incorporated into there that would help ease out some of that uncertainty within that wide range of distribution.
Yeah, would you send that to me?
Sure, can do.
Right. Thank you. Dr. Heiger-Benes?
Yes, I have an additional comment with regard to the combined sewer overflows is connected also to a point that was made earlier by Dr. Fox about precipitation and made earlier even with regard to climate, right? And so I think that what we're seeing here is an incorporation of existing data that are influencing concentrations of contaminants downstream. And since this is, really an amazing effort by EPA to put all these data streams, no pun intended, together, it is important to recognize that, for example, these CSOs exist. The GAO did a report in 2023 identifying the magnitude of the problem and with regard to increased precipitation, at least in the Northeast and in parts of the Midwest and the South. These are particularly important to at least recognize that these data need to be incorporated moving on. The other is with regard to let's see, compel EPA to incorporate. So this goes back to the flow considerations and making certain that the monitoring data be acknowledged as quite limited and a need to again reinforce collection of additional monitoring data. That's it.
Thank you. Let's see, we've got, I've lost my place. I'm very sorry.
Dr. Fox next, I think.
Yeah.
Dr. Fox, thank you. Thank you. I'm very sorry. I was looking for when the break was supposed to be.
No, my comments were captured, nothing to add.
Thank you. And then Dr. Rubin.
Nothing to add. Thank you.
All right, great. So the remainder of the committee, are there comments on charge question 2.3.D? Dr. Potter.
Yeah, I just want to make a small point, and that has to do with this statement that there was concordance between measured and monitoring data. I agree with the comment from Dr. Voorhees that concordance is not an appropriate term. In this case, it's vague and undefined, and there are certainly ways that agreement between measured and monitoring data can be expressed mathematically. The root mean square, Nash-Sutcliffe, and a number of other tools are available. And it may be something that the AG wants to consider as they go forward in managing these data.
Thank you.
Yeah, could you
Dr.
send me that
Ginsburg.
comment?
I will do. Yeah.
Dr. Ginsburg.
Yeah, I think this is territory that we did do some coverage of yesterday, and in relation to some of the other Section 2 comments, I had stated my concerns, which were read into the record, about the case study validations, around the fact that there's not all that much public water supply data that could be used to check against. For example, the Brunswick County was, I think, 5 years, and just had maximum, minimum, and average concentration. So not a lot of data there. How, the models tend to predict average rather than peak and valley concentration. So, I think my comments relative to other questions would cover my concerns with this question. And if you want, I could just, copy paste to Dr. Voorhees what I've already said on the record in response to other questions, and put them forward to this discussant group, if that's appropriate. And I just did want to say also that without any POTW data input into these validation exercises, which those POTW endpoints and data should be available to EPA. But without that, I really don't think that these models are going to be particularly sensitive to down the drain releases. And I said that yesterday, but I'll just be on the record for saying that again.
And thank you. As far as what's in the report, I think maybe you should figure whether the text goes in the question that you were answering, and if it does, then leave it there with a note that says this relates to this charge question. You're certainly welcome to send the information to Dr. Voorhees, but if we have both texts in both places, we're just going to have to take it out of one and leave it in one place.
I'll just cross-reference. Thank you.
Yeah, but you're certainly welcome to send that to Dr. Voorhees and let him know that, hey, this is what's going to be in this other charge question. A sentence or two in the allied question, if you will, or related question is not bad, but entire paragraphs that are repeated probably we don't want.
Right. Fair enough.
Okay. Other questions, or excuse me, other comments from the committee? Okay. Thank you to all, Dr. Voorhees and all of the discussants for this last charge question. And now we're going to move to charge question 2.4.b now. And if Dr. Wegner can read that into the record.
This is Susanna Wegner with EPA. I'll read charge question 2.4.b. The EPA estimated site-specific concentrations and risks beyond the point of release by including a downstream dilution factor estimated from a downstream tracing analysis described in section 5.2.2.1.2 and appendix G.2.4. Please comment on the downstream tracing analysis and the use of the NHD plus V2.1 flow network to identify drinking water intakes downstream of facility releases and to estimate dilution from the point of release. Specifically, discuss the strengths and uncertainties in the methodology used to inform risk characterization for a nationally representative assessment.
Thank you. The lead discussant for this is George Kopp speaking. The lead discussant for this question is Dr. Clark.
All right, thank you. Good morning. This is Dr. Cassie Clark. So I'll give a brief summary of our responses, and then I'll go into the specific comments. And the associate discussants on this question are Drs. Ginsberg, Rubin, Graham, and Heiger Bernays. So the focus of this charge question is an analysis considering the impact of downstream dilutions on concentrations from facility-specific releases as they travel to drinking water intakes. So a downstream tracing analysis was used within the NHD plus version 2.1 flow network to identify drinking water intakes that were downstream of point sources, with a maximum search distance of 1,000 kilometers. 125 facilities were evaluated as potential point sources, and 31% of facilities with adult lifetime cancer risks exceeding 1 in 1 million were found to have downstream drinking water intakes within 250 kilometers, which some reviewers considered to be a striking finding. Many of the uncertainties inherent in the model used to predict these downstream concentrations are well discussed by EPA, but the reviewers identified several key uncertainties that may require some additional discussion and potentially a more focused analysis in a national assessment. The limitations to be discussed include, but are not limited to, the geographic clustering of releases, inaccuracy in DWI locations, limitations in the monitoring data, the timing of the releases, and accounting for climate influences on the rivers. The amount of work that has gone into the supplement is acknowledged by the reviewers, and then we'll provide our specific comments for consideration. So first, with respect to the use of the NHD plus flow network, the use of this network has multiple strengths. The procedures used in the downstream tracing analysis appear to be reasonable and useful for fine-tuning drinking water intake concentration estimates. The assumptions about the behavior of 1,4-dioxane are well documented and supported by the information provided in the hazard document. The ability to link known releases to potentially impacted systems is useful, and the maximum potential distance between the emission sources and DWIs considered was 1,000 kilometers, which is pretty conservative given the expected level of dilution, but this does seem appropriate for assessing a range of possible risk scenarios, which would include the maximum and minimum. Further, as the NHD Plus flow network contains one of the largest national hydrologic data sets with many years of data, its use to determine drinking water intakes downstream of facilities also seems appropriate, and it's a strong source of data. The use of network flow models accommodate many of the challenges of discharge, dilution, and movement downstream. One note about the NHD Plus system is that one of our reviewers noted that a more granular version of NHD Plus is now available than the one that was used in the analysis. The high resolution or HR version has approximately 10 times more detail and spatial resolution. So the use of this newer version could have significant impacts on the dilution modeling done in this analysis. With respect to the use of this model for a national assessment, multiple reviewers identified a few key uncertainties that may require additional discussion and potentially a more focused analysis. So first, a degree of uncertainty is introduced into the analysis in that it's limited to facilities that report via TRI and or DMR. It would be beneficial to be able to capture all facility releases, including smaller facilities, considering the potentially high biological potency of carcinogens and endocrine disrupting chemicals, even at small doses. It would also be beneficial to monitor near release sites for improved validation, though we do recognize that this may have less to do with the report and more to do with sort of the monitoring data that influences it. With respect to the use of the NHD Plus system, one reviewer raised concerns over understanding how the downstream tracing analysis and accompanying dilution methodology would inform risk characterization for a nationally representative assessment specifically, because confidence in the modeling was high only near facilities, and facilities are not located everywhere in the nation. Next, the inability to use actual public water system intake locations due to security issues requires more effort in bounding. Because of both the input uncertainties and location uncertainties, the sort of worst case or maximum potential exposure scenario may in truth not represent the worst case scenario. If so, it's important not to state it as such, and to acknowledge that as a potential limitation. So the presented estimates may be an upper bound scenario based upon the available data, but unregulated discharges and unreported industry releases may result in higher than expected levels of 1,4-dioxane in some areas. Table 2.6 shows that NPDES permit accounts only for a very small number of releases, except for disposals. And the percent of releases estimated from the TRI show some lack of concordance, emphasizing the necessity to model releases. And I believe some of these points have been discussed already in prior charge questions. And then with respect to climate influences in particular, which have also been discussed, the dilution analysis depends upon NHD plus streamflow inputs from 1971 to 2000. So, while this is a lot of years of data, these inputs are somewhat dated, and it is unclear to what extent streamflows may have changed in the past 2 decades. It is worth considering how climate change and extreme weather events like droughts may be affecting these flows and dilution factors now and into the future. So, for example, public water systems impacted by 1,4-dioxane, where flow rates are decreased due to increasing temperatures or water withdrawals, may experience higher than expected concentrations, and vice versa for places with increases in precipitation events. So, moving on to the water monitoring data used in the analysis, multiple reviewers identified concerns regarding this monitoring data. So first, because the water monitoring data are not collected on a continuous basis, the presented maximum concentrations may still underestimate concentrations in some public water systems. And again, while this is not perhaps immediately addressable, it may be prudent to acknowledge this as a potential limitation in the risk assessment. Next, to inform risk characterization for a nationally representative assessment, the sample sites used in the validation study should have nationally representative characteristics. So this includes geographic regions, flow scenarios, and release conditions. So in an ideal scenario, monitoring data could be collected near the selection of release sites, and a clear rationale of selection would be provided based on proximity to those release sites. Finally, several reviewers expressed concerns about the 100-fold dilution factor applied between the point source release and the DWI. Sorry, my dog really wants my attention right now. I'm gonna the major assumption underlying the exposure and risk modeling is a 100-fold dilution factor applied to the release point concentration to calculate what would be expected to reach the DWI. And this was shown in figure 5.4. So one reviewer noted that the relevance of this 100-fold dilution is not fully explained and could be further clarified. Further, page 142 states that the EPA are aware of cases where no dilution occurs, and this is shown in a detailed analysis of a limited number of industrial sources, shown in figure 5.3. Rather than applying this 100-fold dilution factor across the board, one reviewer suggested considering a probabilistic approach to dilution, which would include 100% concentration or no dilution at the appropriate probability in Monte Carlo runs. And then finally, with the extent of chemical dilution being highly variable, far downstream estimates in particular may be compromised by significant uncertainty. And any site-specific factors that can influence that downstream dilution may not be fully captured in a national scale assessment. So that concludes the comments that I have, and I would love to open it up to the associate discussants for more.
Thank you. So the discussants will go through in order. Dr. Hager-Benes.
Thank you. Cassie, you did Dr. Clark, you did a fantastic job. Thank you. I have nothing else.
Dr. Ginsburg.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Clark, for getting my comments in there. I would say that the only other thought I have is that reading through the dilution discussion and the tables, the no dilution case is presented, the 100-fold dilution case or the 1% case is presented, and it wasn't clear to me, and risk calculations are done, I believe, for both. It wasn't clear to me, what is going to be used as the bottom line risk input. for determining unreasonable risk or whatever the final policy, is both, the undiluted and the 1% going to be presented as a range for policymakers to chew on, or is one or the other of these defaults going to be, the driving assumption? So that part just wasn't clear to me. It would be good to clarify.
Thank you. This is George Cobb. That's a good point. One of the probabilistic risk assessments we did years ago, we assumed that the worst case was likely to be 100% dilution, not 100 times, but 100%, because that was the most you could get for and still get a permit. I believe that was the least amount of dilution you could get and still get a permit. So we kind of bounded it there for a protective measure.
Yeah, and from my perspective, we talk about conservative or other terms to talk about health protective. I would, sort of weigh on the undiluted, since there are actually, on a national scale, default, if EPA is looking for a conservative, quote unquote, conservative default, I would go with the undiluted, since there are actually cases that they point to in their detailed source specific analysis where you can get undiluted. So if they're looking for a default, that's what I would use, but I could easily see going with a probabilistic and presenting the risk manager with a range and various probabilities for a reasonable dilution factor as well, which was, part of what Dr. Clark just read as I think a strong recommendation for the probabilistic approach.
Thank you. Dr. Graham.
This is Dr. Cynthia Graham, and I want to thank Dr. Clark for capturing all of my comments in the summary.
Thank you. Dr. Rubin.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. You captured all of my comments. Nothing to add. Thank you.
All right, great. So we have now finished question 2.4. Well, wait, I didn't ask for everybody on the committee. So are there comments from the committee? I'm getting ahead of myself. Dr. Chasen.
Thank you. I am really outside of my area of expertise, but I just wanted to offer a suggestion that possibly would be helpful for very different reasons. On the work that I've done, we've spent a lot of time working with data from NOAA, National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, which might be useful to at least compare what their current observations and long-range forecasts are as compared to the databases that were used here. Now, this may already be in the thinking of the EPA and its discussant group, so I apologize if I'm saying something that's already very basic. But for example, on the water.weather.gov forecast charts, there are things like river observation, river forecast, long range river flood risks, observations about precipitation, etc., including something called river download. I don't actually know what that is, but I would just urge the group to take a look at this and see if indeed there's any information and data within this group that might be helpful to either consider the relevance of older data or take a look at some of your predictions about climate change impact. So I hope that's helpful.
Thank you. So other comments from the committee? Okay, so now we've finished question 2, and I'd like to go turn to the EPA folks and see if Dr. Wegner and her team have any points of clarification that they would like regarding the comments that we've heard so far?
This is Susanna at EPA. I think we appreciate everybody's comments. I don't think we have any clarification or follow-up questions at this time.
Thank you very much. I do want to take a kind of administrative time for just a second and let everyone know that we are very nearly one full day ahead of schedule. So for anyone that's following along on the schedule, we're getting ready to go to charge question 3A, which is supposed to be happening about this time tomorrow. So if you're looking at the schedule, we're on Friday now, and approximately the timing that is on the agenda for tomorrow. Okay, so let's proceed to charge question 3A. And if Dr. Wegner can read that into the record.
Good morning. This is Sean Shiflett, actually. I'm going to be reading out charge question 3A. Charge question 3A, EPA applied the DRAS model to estimate groundwater concentrations associated with releases from municipal solid waste landfills and disposal of hydraulic fracturing waste as described in section 2.3.2 and appendix H. Please comment on the strengths and uncertainties and assumptions associated with the use of the DRAS model to estimate groundwater concentrations in this context. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go to our lead discussant. And Dr. Messerlane was not able to do this. Was it Dr. Clark? Are you going to do this one again? Or I forgot who was going to be the
I'm going to
discussant.
do it, Ms. Jenkins.
Ah. All right. So Ms. Jenkins, please take it away. I'm sorry for misintroducing you.
Oh, that's okay. I'm Allison Jenkins. Along with my comments, I have comments from Drs. Clark, Graham, McKenzie, and a comment from Dr. Cobb. So these aren't quite, I've kind of summarized the comments, but they are kind of choppy. So they may kind of go back and forth, but I will start. We commend EPA on addressing possible exposure to 1,4-dioxane through groundwater exposure via private drinking water wells. Suggest EPA add additional descriptive language about the hazardous waste delisting risk assessment software or DRAS model be added to the supplement. It is difficult to tell from the information presented if this model is appropriate for this type of assessment. The DRAS user guide states that this model can be used for landfills in a mismanagement scenario at an unlined subtitle D landfill where releases to groundwater are not controlled. This information is not included in the supplement and would be beneficial to the reader versus the delisting description that is included. Recommend EPA add examples of where this model has been used in scenarios such as what is proposed in the supplement, if possible. The uncertainties and data gaps in the scenario should be discussed. Readers should be able to easily read the exposure scenarios, understand the assumptions in the exposure scenarios and used in the modeling, and the calculations and modeling should be transparent. In addition, there are many data gaps, including measurements of current groundwater concentrations in private wells, nearby subtitle D unlined municipal solid waste landfills, and unlined surface impoundments used for disposing of fracking produced water. The uncertainties and data gaps make it difficult to conclude whether this model is appropriate for these purposes and whether these scenarios are important under current conditions in a nationwide assessment. Private drinking water wells are strongly influenced by local conditions, including factors including the depth to groundwater, availability of public water systems, and these factors are difficult to capture in a nationwide assessment. On page 75, line 2321, EPA states,
Recent changes in industrial activities and disposal may have largely reduced groundwater contamination with 1,4-dioxane. This is an important statement for the relevance of assessing risk from current use of 1,4-dioxane in groundwater. The following information may be useful in understanding groundwater contamination on a state level. Texas has a state law that requires notification of nearby private well owners, users. And I'm sure Texas is not the only state with that law, but we usually use a 1/4-mile radius. This law requires notification within 30 days of confirmed groundwater contamination by a state agency. This state law has been in place for about 20 years. And there have been 2 remediation sites requiring notification with 1,4-dioxane, one in 2011 and one in 2020. This law requires the TCEQ to notify well owners and users with information on contaminants, possible health effects following daily long-term exposure, and resources for testing of private wells. In addition, the Texas Groundwater Protection Committee prepares a joint contamination report with multiple state agencies reporting groundwater contamination cases. The most recent report is dated in May 2023, and there are 3 sites in the state with 1,4-dioxane in groundwater. Another comparison is the UCMR data for groundwater for groundwater only public drinking water systems in Texas, where 1,4-dioxane was detected in 16 samples. Based on this information, it does not appear that it is a widespread groundwater contaminant in the state. Also, going back to whether this assessment is appropriate for nationwide assessment of 1,4-dioxane. The supplement indicates much work has been done to attempt an estimate of the effects of leachate from landfills and hydraulic fracturing waste. See more uncertainties than strengths in the use of the model. Other than the modeling results giving concentrations within the range of some groundwater monitoring studies, uncertainties include using default assumptions rather than actual inputs, using a back of the envelope computations to estimate concentrations, and not representing current conditions and practices of waste management. Overestimation and a conservative approach is fine if the risk is shown to be low with these models, but when risk and margin of exposure become high, the models may need refinement and use inputs that appropriately demonstrate actual conditions. Not all of the modeling assumptions and source-specific parameters are defined in section 2.3.2 or Appendix H and are not discussed. For example, assuming a finite source for continuous landfill and surface impoundment disposal would increase uncertainty in the groundwater concentrations predicted from the DRAS model. The model assumption that unsaturated and saturated zones are uncontaminated is likely incorrect for landfill and surface impoundments. This would add to the uncertainty in the groundwater groundwater concentrations predicted from the DRAS model. While assumption of advection and dispersion as primary transport mechanisms for 1,4-dioxane is appropriate, matrix diffusion is not considered. This would add to the uncertainty in the groundwater concentrations predicted from the DRAS model. Unconventional oil and gas development generates millions of gallons of produced water, which is generally considered waste and disposed of. Underground injection of hydraulic fracturing wastewater into disposal wells is the most common method of hydraulic fracturing wastewater disposal in the United States. The water, chemical, and proppant slurry used in hydraulic fracturing operations may contain 1,4-dioxane, and as such, the wastewater is a potential source of both groundwater and surface water, in the case of spills, contamination. While underground injection is not expected to result in groundwater contamination due to the safety measures in place, it remains a potential source of 1,4-dioxane contamination. Landfill disposal of hazardous waste may also contribute to 1,4-dioxane exposure risk. The landfill assessment applied the DRAS software using default waste loading rates calculated in the software.
The methodologies used and assumptions made seem appropriate for the analysis and level of certainty. However, some additional potential sources related to hydraulic fracturing activities could be considered or acknowledged. Now, some specific comments. Line 2293 discusses groundwater monitoring samples from 1997 to 2022 found in the water quality portal. However, one of the supplement cited papers, Adamson et al. 2014, state that there's been a shift in the accepted analytical methods for 1,4-dioxane in water. Some water quality portal data were collected before 2000. Other possible analytical issues with the existing 1,4-dioxane data were not mentioned. Other uncertainties in the data, including the depth of the monitoring well, purpose of sampling, of using these data should be acknowledged as they are used to compare model concentrations of 1,4-dioxane coming from an unlined subtitle D municipal solid waste landfill. Lines 2336 to 2339. EPA provides references to groundwater concentrations of 1,4-dioxane intended to give context to the modeled releases. Monitoring data from UCMR3 seem to be the most applicable and high quality data to be used as the scenarios described do not seem likely across the US with the regulations currently in place. Other papers cited are describing concentrations of 1,4-dioxane from nearby remediation sites, usually mainly monitoring well data. Lee et al. 2013 discussed monitoring well concentrations from an oil and gas industrial site in Alaska. Adamson et al. 2014 discussed monitoring well samples collected from a corrective action site in California, or corrective action sites in California. Moore and D. Giuseppe discussed samples from groundwater near a remediation site in Michigan that used 1,4-dioxane in the 60s and disposed it in various places, including lagoons and using spray irrigation. Lee et al. 2020 describe concentrations of 1,4-dioxane in New York with limited information as to where those samples were collected. And lastly, a link to an Ohio Federal Superfund site. Language should be added to these descriptions so that the reader can understand that these concentrations were found in monitoring wells around identified remediation sites and not in private drinking water wells within a mile of an unlined subtitle D municipal solid waste landfill. All of these uncertainties and data gaps in this scenario need to be discussed here. And the scenario clearly explained so that readers do not get alarmed if they live near an active subtitle D municipal solid waste landfill and have a private drinking water well, because those are currently highly regulated. A discussion of the difference between monitoring wells and private drinking water wells would also be helpful. Monitoring well data seem to be used interchangeably with private drinking water well data in the supplement, and uncertainties with doing that should be discussed. Let's see, Jackson and Lemke, 2019, discussed the possible natural attenuation of 1,4-dioxane in some conditions. This should be discussed some in the context of assuming groundwater contamination or long-term groundwater contamination. Let's see, lines 2333 and 2341. This is on page 75. Are there actual declines in 1,4-dioxane concentrations, or are areas being sampled not simply places that are not as contaminated as were those being sampled before 1999? That should be clarified, that statement. Lines 2394 to 2401 recommend EPA add statistics here on subtitle D landfills currently with perforated liners and failures of leachate capturing systems. EPA should add that subtitle D landfills are required to install monitoring wells. Improper management of landfills may or may not relate to possible groundwater contamination, and recommend that EPA adds references to strengthen this scenario. Line 2397 suggests revision of the sentence starting when these communities
This scenario doesn't have to potentially affect a community. It could be a rural area with people living far apart that are dependent on private groundwater wells for their drinking water. Line 2449, EPA states the objective of this assessment is to evaluate the potential for groundwater contamination in the absence of landfill controls. Is there an estimate of how many Subtitle D municipal solid waste landfills exist in the US without adequate liners that are not remediation sites? Recommend adding here an estimate of Subtitle D landfills currently in corrective action. This information should be discussed here. Line 2459 states that the assessment relied on the default waste loading rates for RCRA Subtitle C landfills available in drafts. However, this supplement focuses on Subtitle D landfills. How do the waste loading rates differ between the two? The choice of using waste loading rates for Subtitle C landfills should be discussed and referenced. Additional discussion should be included so that the reader knows if the waste loading rates are reasonable. I think we talked about this on the first day, line 2461, how the model worked, but this sentence, leachate concentrations were estimated for a range of possibilities until no risk could be identified at the lower end of these concentrations. We recommend that this section is clarified so that the reader understands the modeling approach. Page 78, line 2462 states that DRAS calculates a weight-adjusted dilution attenuation factor, and because of that, a back of the envelope computation was used to convert the attenuation factor to a potential groundwater concentration that people living within 1 mile of a landfill might be exposed to for 33 years. We recommend that the calculation is included around line 2462. This should be explained and transparent for the reader. EPA states on page 80 that concentrations from DRAS are likely to represent the range of potential groundwater concentrations for Sentinel PESS living within a 1 mile radius, then provides some concentrations in groundwater not really relevant to municipal solid waste landfills. And because of the uncertainties and data gaps, the word likely seems too strong an adjective to be used for this scenario. EPA uses, this moving on to the hydraulic fracturing scenario, EPA uses the DRAS model to estimate groundwater concentrations resulting from disposal of fracking produced water to an unlined surface impoundment. Are there estimates of how many unlined surface impoundments exist in the US? If so, this should be discussed here. Also, unlined needs to be added before surface impoundment every time it is discussed. This needs to be clearly communicated and transparent. Line 2359, the word managed is added to surface impoundment. Recommend adding references for loading rates and discuss uncertainties here. Add information as to why DRAS is appropriate for this scenario. Line 2536 and 2562. Is there only one reference for the concentration of 1,4-dioxane in produced water of 60 micrograms per liter? There's no discussion of possible uncertainties with this concentration, and could the concentration vary by location, manufacturer, year? It seems to be used as a given and applied in this scenario. Recommend adding additional information about what was assumed for the scenario of produced water into an unlined surface impoundment. Add a discussion of uncertainties and data gaps. The conclusions presented make the reader think that concentrations are likely to represent the range of potential groundwater concentrations for people living within a 1 mile radius. There are no monitored data for ground truthing. Has this scenario occurred? Again, likely seems too strong an adjective for this scenario given the data gaps and uncertainties. Recommend perhaps including drinking water comparison levels, those levels used in UCMR 3
for 1,4-dioxane made when discussing water concentrations. 25, line 2545, all assumptions need to be referenced and discussed. The US EPA uses in their regional screening levels a lifetime of 70 years. This is uses 78 years. The screening levels use an exposure duration up to 26 years. This uses 33 years. The assumptions and rationales in choosing the exposure factors should be discussed. This is page 82, table 214, total annual release summary. Is this table based on all surface impoundments or the number of unlined surface impoundments? This table mentions 411 sites, but what sites make up these 411 sites? This should be referenced. Line 2562, this sentence should be more specific. There's one study that reports the concentration of 1,4-dioxane in produced water, which is Lester et al. 2015. The current sentence reads that the data is limited. While quantitative analyses may only be conducted with reasonably available or known data, it is possible or even likely that disposals of hydraulic fracturing wastewater containing 1,4-dioxane have not been reported correctly or at all, and as such are underrepresented in the data used. It is prudent to acknowledge this as a potential limitation in the reported estimates contained in section 2.3.2.2.2. Tables H3 and H4 in Appendix H appear to only report disposals from 2013 onward. If that is the only data available, it is likely that unreported disposals occurred prior to 2013, as hydraulic fracturing operations began a decade before 2013. This analysis does not capture such historic disposals, which may be equally or more important to 1,4-dioxane contamination potential if disposal wells were not subject to the same regulations as the years included in the analysis. Reported spills of wastewater during transport to disposal sites, for example, described in Maloney et al. 2017, should be considered or acknowledged. It should also be acknowledged that smaller spills may go unreported due to reporting requirements, and that such spills may also contribute to 1,4-dioxane contamination risk. The DRAS assessment applied default waste loading rates calculated from annual waste quantity and size of landfill. The default loading rates described in the technical documentation for DRAS seem appropriate for the analysis. Okay, so more comments. This is for comments on Appendix H in page 456. This describes the compliance histories of underground injection wells in subtitle C landfills that ultimately were not used. These compliance histories do not seem to add useful information to this section, and EPA should add that if this information is required, but consider the usefulness of this information. Let's see, waste table H6, waste management unit properties. Recommend adding a thorough discussion of the loading volumes and references to be added to this table so that the reader can understand if these are reasonable, worst case estimates. Lines 11592 and 11660, DRAS derives calculations based on a survey of drinking water wells down gradient from waste management units, and this reference is from 1988. Recommend adding the type of wells included as this 1988 document lists both private wells and public wells. The reference is outdated and adds a huge amount of uncertainty. How the number of wells is used and the uncertainty with that number should be thoroughly discussed. And then on page 460 in Appendix H, this
they discuss the second scenario of a clay-lined landfill, but this is not mentioned in the body of the supplement. Line 11666, the supplement states that the loading volumes were based on the range of TRI release weights and were calculated based on the density of 1,4-dioxane at 20 degrees Celsius. What are the TRI release weights and from what facilities? This should be referenced so that the release weights can be confirmed. Line 11756, there's a sentence that says that references home wells and suggests that EPA changes this. Home wells should be referred to as private drinking water wells to be consistent with how they are referred to by EPA in other documents. And that's it. Now, I can go to the other group members if they want to add anything else.
Yes, thank you, and please do work through your discussions.
Okay, Dr. Clark, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Jenkins, for taking over this question at sort of the last minute. I appreciate that. I just wanted to reiterate some of the points about uncertainty around the data used for any of the hydraulic fracturing related assessments, really. I think that the report expresses more certainty in the accuracy and completeness of industry waste disposal and spill reports than I have, and that many people in this area have. So I think there's a lot of uncertainty that needs to be acknowledged or addressed, if possible, insofar as the lack of the disposal data before 2013, the possibility that, because of reporting requirements, some disposals were not reported correctly or at all, and also spills, which, we may think are more likely to affect surface water, but may also affect groundwater in large spill scenarios. So I think the rest of my comments were pretty well covered, but I do think that I have significant concerns about the data that were used in the hydraulic fracturing assessment.
Dr. Graham?
Thank you, Dr. Jenkins, for this comprehensive summary, and it has included all of my comments. I have nothing to add.
Dr. McKenzie?
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. That was a great summary and a great job pulling that together at the last minute. And you covered my comments, and I would just like to also echo Dr. Clark's concern about the very large uncertainties in the hydraulic fracturing data set, and really and I'll address this in further comments, but really the omission of pathways.
Thank you. Dr. Cobb, did you have anything else? I know you submitted one comment for this section.
I think everything's good. I dispersed all the comments to other places. So yes, so thank you to the entire discussant team. Again, this is George Cobb speaking, and now we can go to any of the other committee members if there are comments for question 3A. It seems there are none. So now we can move to charge question 3B. And the lead discussant for that question is Dr. Chase.
Good morning, and thank you. I think you need to read it in first, right?
Yeah, we need to read it in first. I think my brain is maybe getting tired. So if the agency can read this in.
Hi, this is Sean Shiflett. This is charge question 3B. The agency aims to develop and utilize methods for national scale risk evaluations that provide risk estimates for a range of reasonably foreseeable exposure scenarios, including sentinel exposures and pests. Please include in your comments the extent to which this groundwater assessment reasonably represents the potential for sentinel exposures for a potentially exposed susceptible subpopulation in a national assessment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So now, Dr. Chase.
I'm Dr. Chris Chasen, and the associate discussants for this are Drs. Clark, Jenkins, McKenzie, and Missarlian, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. This text is a compilation of comments from this charge question group of discussants and other contributors. It was circulated among the participating scientists and is presented now without dissent. This text will be improved for the record to be more compact and to assure key points are clearly articulated. Additional discussions today can be added as appropriate. First of all, we applaud the impressive efforts and professionalism of the EPA scientists on this challenging task and intend for our comments to be constructive and supportive. It's heartening to see that EPA seems to have benefited from previous SAC efforts, especially the advisory for the original 1,4-dioxane assessment and that one regarding fence line assessments. EPA has employed information, assumptions, and current conventional approaches to declare sentinel exposures and exposures likely for most pest community drinking water. These are based on estimates of groundwater contamination. The committee offers suggestions for improving both processes and clarifying the principles of each, meaning sentinel and pests. The committee also presents additional scenarios and data sources to be incorporated into the assessments, along with related commentary on the assumptions and approaches. First of all, addressing exposure and risk assessments for pests that's potentially exposed in susceptible subpopulations. From here on, I'll just call it pests. The underlying principles for identifying pests and estimating a sentinel exposure are quite different. The conversations in the document are sometimes commingled, but we encourage EPA to consider them separately as we do here. First of all, estimating exposures to pest communities. The first point is that additional scenarios exist which present potentially significant water-based exposures. Some pest communities, especially Arctic and tribal, as well as significant parts of the general national population, are likely to experience additional exposures and risks from hygiene and health relaxation practices where evaporated water, presumably sourced from groundwater, is retained in closed spaces. Referring specifically to the lifestyle activities and unique activities at 5.2.2.4, page 162 in the pest summary. Scenarios where water evaporation and water heating in a contained area provide unique opportunities for 1,4-dioxane to become available for inhalation over repetitive events for significant durations. 1,4-dioxane is more volatile than and completely miscible with water, so if it acts as an ideal solute, it will actually distill from the water when heated. Theoretically, the concentration of dioxin over the heated solution could be higher than the concentration of water vapor. Evaporation could concentrate the dioxin in the air. If the contaminated water is flash heated, a bolus of dioxin could be loaded into the air rather quickly. If conditions maintained the volatile dioxin in a confined space, human exposure could be relatively durable. This scenario is much more prevalent than inferred in the summary table. In Arctic and Western, meaning general population, and indigenous societies, such activities may be frequent as they are part of hygiene practices, as well as ceremonial and health or relaxation opportunities. In the general population, this scenario can exist for indoor pools, spas, home hot tub rooms, home steam bathing, including a bathroom fixture gaining popularity even for middle-class apartments and houses. In northern tribal and Arctic communities, steam bathing facilities exist as a small room within the house or a small enclosure built outside. The process is enjoyed communally by the family and friends over an hour or more daily. In some southern regions, sweat lodges are a popular form of the same concept. These lodges may also be used in hours-long ceremonial functions. In sweat lodges, steam bathing, and commercial spas, water is poured over hot rocks or heating elements to provide flash volatilization. This is very likely what is done in some general population club spas. Surely EPA could calculate some estimates, at least ranges of potential human exposures using estimates of 1,4-dioxane concentrations in the water as used for other calculations of surface and groundwater risk, and reasonably estimate of and produce reasonable estimates of exposure, right? And reasonable estimates of exposure durations, degree of volatilization, and exposure opportunities over days and years. This type of exposure would be in addition to people's drinking water exposure in pest communities, as well as for the general population. Also, the draft supplement does not consider the scenario for groundwater contamination in fence line communities near oil and gas sites developed with hydraulic fracturing methods. This was discussed in earlier charge questions. There's the potential for hydraulic fracturing activities and produced water on oil and gas well sites to contaminate the groundwater via surface spills as well casing failures. Because the draft supplement does not consider the scenario for groundwater contamination in fence-line communities near oil and gas sites developed with hydraulic fracturing methods, it may not adequately represent the potential for sentinel exposure for potentially exposed susceptible populations in a national assessment. Next point is that the assumption that exposures for pests are described in only the upper end of the distribution tails, no matter if data used to create the distribution represented the unique scenarios of exposure opportunities, that assumption can be challenged. There are two issues here. First is the use of information not necessarily relevant to the pest community. That is discussed elsewhere in these comments. However, there seems to be an underlying persistent perception that for all exposure scenarios under consideration, the exposure to the contaminant will be higher than experienced by the general population. There are many scenarios for which this is untrue. There are significant differences between unique communities and the general population on key parameters describing the opportunities for exposure and the contaminant levels in media presenting the contaminant to people during their activities. And that can result in more exposure for some scenarios and less exposure for other scenarios. Assuming a point on any distribution, no matter the input to making the distribution, can represent pest exposure would be difficult to defend scientifically. The next point is estimating risk, not exposure, but risk to pest communities. These exposure assessments are mathematically utilized with the probability metrics traditionally representing cancer incidence risk. However, the risk to groundwater exposures as presented for the national scale risk evaluation may indeed not represent realistic risk that would be experienced in many pest communities and presumably fence-line communities, nor represent sentinel risk. We're referencing now other chemical and non-chemical stressors important issues for 1,4-dioxane and other TSCA evaluations. First, we agree with previous comments that 33 years of exposure over a lifetime is inappropriate. A full lifetime exposure is a very real scenario. In addition to the exposure profiles, the real adverse health consequence or risk in these communities is consequential to stressors from other chemical exposures and non-chemical stressors. These additional factors presently have no representation in risk algorithms, making the national scale evaluation underrepresentative for pests. And as noted in the past summary, page 162, it's burdened with remaining sources of uncertainty. This is a generic problem with EPA risk assessments, as discussed on many occasions, and cannot be resolved by individual authors of the TSCA evaluations. As with other assessments, EPA sidesteps this admittedly difficult issue using two well-worn explanations, which are basically, quote, no chemical or non-chemical factors are identified that specifically influence susceptibility to insert the name of the chemical, and quote, we don't know how to quantitatively factor such information into the risk algorithms, even if we did identify such stressors. The conclusion, this is a remaining source of uncertainty, end quote. And they're right. Although scientific evidence piles up to indict chemical and non-chemical stressors as significant factors in adverse health effects outcomes, that's risk, the EPA scientists are handicapped in applying such knowledge, classically demonstrated for the array of cancers presented in rodent studies for 1,4-dioxane. The dose effect calculations used to establish cancer hazard metrics are a tapestry of cancer incidence data treated with statistics according to decades-long policies and practices, devised long before genetic predispositions and stressors were considered. Creating this tapestry required the cumulative art of many advisory councils, public debates, and still ongoing arguments where stressors have no parameter in the quantitative algorithm. It is fantastical to think that scientists authoring a risk assessment for a given TSCA chemical could successfully take on the challenge of modifying any part of those painfully negotiated settlements of long ago. Indeed, the science authors of this document are laudably transparent on the assessment difficulties. See lines 4830 to 4843. The target health effect here, cancer, is one of those health effects for which the real outcome as a threat to life and wellness is highly dependent on many auxiliary factors not measurable in most non-human cancer studies, but are critical to the general population and pests and fence line communities. First of all, point one, genetic predispositions to the type of cancer. Second, health screenings available to the person or to the community. Point three, other chemical co-exposures, including smoking, alcohol, or other toxins. Point four, medical care available to persons and communities. And lastly, other factors inherent to socioeconomic statuses of persons and community, including stress, heat, living challenges, the need to work, lack of recuperative time, and options after cancer treatments. The exposure scenario here for 1,4-dioxane addresses a very broad proportion of the population via multiple sources and exposure routes. The probability is high that most people will be exposed via some combination of environmental, occupational, and consumer scenarios. People could experience some level of exposure over long durations and across many life stages. There are exposures via water, from air, and multiple sources. Community people would have an inability to avoid the sources and routes of exposure, and it's presently unlikely that multiple sources of contamination will be detected, quantified, monitored, or mediated by the community. This is not the only potential chemical carcinogen to lurk in our environment as such. Many of these chemicals will appear as part of EPA's work under TSCA. The science itself is challenging for these chemicals, hazards, and exposure assessments, but the added required task to consider the risk to unique communities, pests, unavoidably involves consideration of the chemical and non-chemical stressors inherent in some communities. The very concept of pests derives from a recognition that people in these communities somehow experience more and or different exposures to threatening chemicals and living situations, and that somehow those exposures may exact a greater toll, meaning onset, progression, disability, morbidity, or mortality, than imposed on the, quote, general population, not subject to such conditions. Real life exists whether or not EPA can find the evidence for subpopulation vulnerability to a given chemical's threats, or if or how chemical and non-chemical stressors play into the calculations used for risk assessments. Since there are many chemicals in the TSCA work pile, it is time that EPA formally consider how to apply the amassing evidence that chemical and non-chemical stressors are a part of risk assessment. It is time to at least begin to bring computational approaches more in line with real life situations. Perhaps EPA could promptly convene a special advisory task force to update its scientific foundation on these issues for its scientists and risk managers. The advisory should directly deal with quantitatively merging impacts of at least some of the chemical and non-chemical stressors with metrics of cancer risk, expanding the algorithms as necessary to consider the full range of cancer-related factors. See 5.2.2.4, page 162. Until such time, starting with 1,4-dioxane, EPA should at least estimate exposures to these additional identified community scenarios and apply some reasonable safety factor or slope adjustment to be utilized as pest risk assessments pending further global policy and science changes. Next, dealing with sentinel exposure values. Referring to EPA lines 3614 to 3643, quote, while the substantial uncertainty around the extent to which these exposures occur decreases overall confidence in the exposure scenario, this scenario represents a sentinel exposure. While the exposure value may represent the 95th percentile from this exposure distribution using these metrics, it is unlikely that this represents a sentinel exposure because, first, perhaps this point is inferred with the discussion, lines 4814 to 4823, but it might be worthy of articulating specifically. The definition of sentinel representation as a function of the upper bound, the 95th percentile within the calculated distribution of exposure for this COU is logical and reasonably practiced. And by extension, it seems the same practice is applied for other scenarios, such as workers, ONUs, fence line communities. To clarify, the unique scenarios of exposure for each of those population groups are expressed in metrics representing exposure factors in representative scenarios, such as magnitude, duration, periodicity, routes, etc., specifically for each group. And then the 95th percentile exposure value becomes the sentinel exposure value. EPA is presumably not saying that the 95th percentile of an exposure distribution constructed with exposure metrics representing more generalized or mixed population groups would be sentinel exposure values for the more defined subgroups, such as fence line or occupational, etc. The important point is that the metrics utilized in constructing the distribution must be representative of the exposure scenarios expected for the population group under consideration, and the environmental contaminant scenarios, in this case, drinking water, which define the exposure these groups will experience. The important point is being transparent about the representativeness of ingoing values which create the exposure distribution. If ingoing values are not specifically representative for that group, but rather ingoing values are more generalized for a larger population group, the utility of the resulting 95th percentile value as sentinel is somewhat compromised. That point needs to be articulated in the paragraph describing sentinel. Also, when sentinel values are presented, commentary should be made on the specificity of ingoing metrics as to their representativeness unique to that population group. Unfortunately, as EPA explains, there's a paucity of monitoring data for 1,4-dioxin from the various types of landfills. So it is not known if the existing input data are representative of those scenarios where there is leachate into the groundwater under different geological conditions, landfill construction and condition, and other key factors that would inhibit or enhance contamination dynamics. This was discussed in previous charge questions. And existing data are not identified as representing communities where underground water sources are near landfills. Landfill design ranges from nothing more than a space where garbage is dumped to sophisticated containment areas which discourage or contain leaching chemicals. The classification of landfills include different setbacks for wells and dwellings. As EPA makes clear, the monitoring data do not provide insight into contamination potentials under different landfill designs or across different groundwater zones relative to landfill positions. Committee members' concerns also included issues about uncertainties and data gaps, including the DRAS model was designed for other purposes, and evidence was not presented to show that it's appropriate to model concentrations of 1,4-dioxane leaching from an unlined subtitle D municipal solid waste landfill or from an unlined surface impoundment receiving produced water containing 1,4-dioxane for the purpose of determining drinking water concentrations. No 1,4-dioxane monitoring data from unlined subtitle D municipal solid waste landfills. There is no 1,4 monitoring data from unlined surface impoundments where produced water has been disposed. There's no estimate of the number of unlined subtitle D municipal solid waste landfills with leachate containing 1,4-dioxane affecting private drinking water wells. There's no estimate of the number of unlined surface impoundments where produced water containing 1,4-dioxane has been disposed. There's uncertainty around the concentration of 1,4-dioxane in produced water. There's uncertainty in the amount of 1,4-dioxane in materials disposed in municipal solid waste landfills and loading rates used to model the scenario. There's no discussion of whether these exposure scenarios have occurred in the US with 1,4-dioxane. DRAS derives calculations based on a 1988 survey of drinking water wells down gradient from waste management units. This survey seems to be outdated, and the uncertainty in the number of wells down gradient is not discussed thoroughly. There's some evidence of biodegradation of 1,4-dioxane in groundwater. This was not discussed as an uncertainty. Even if the methodologies used and the assumptions made in the groundwater risk assessment for the hydraulic fracturing, HF, and landfill pathways are deemed appropriate for the analysis and level of of certainty, it is noteworthy that groundwater wells are not subject to Safe Drinking Water Act regulations and are tested only at the discretion of the home or landowner. They are thought to be more vulnerable to contamination than regulated public drinking water systems. It seems appropriate to consider groundwater well risk estimates as potential maximum exposures through the groundwater pathway, and as such, use them as potential sentinels. The use of nationwide water quality portal data seems appropriate, but only 2,284 measurements across more than 40 years seems insufficient to draw nationwide conclusions, particularly given the temporally and spatially specific nature of water contamination from a point source. Such conclusions may carry only low to medium confidence. The uncertainty in the scenarios makes it difficult to know whether these are reasonable but conservative scenarios. We just violated my own rule about not using that word. In addition, some or all exposure factors are more conservative than other EPA programs, including the use of an exposure duration of 33 years of drinking water rates, et cetera. Uncertainty and data gaps both lead to low confidence in the risk estimates from these exposure scenarios and low confidence in determining whether the two scenarios are likely for 1,4-dioxane exposure through a private drinking water well. The EPA characterizes the modeling methodology as robust, but supporting evidence is missing. EPA defines sentinel exposure as the exposure to a single chemical substance that represents the plausible upper bound of exposure relative to all other exposures within a broad category of similar or related exposures. That's in 40 CFR, paragraph 702.33. We agree that these are upper bound exposure scenarios. Given the many uncertainties and data gaps, it's difficult to determine if these are plausible sentinel exposures to 1,4-dioxane. The groundwater assessment would better represent the potential for sentinel exposure for potentially exposed susceptible populations in a national assessment by addressing the following. 1, consider lactating people of childbearing age as susceptible populations. Both these subpopulations have higher drinking water intake rates compared to adults of 21 years. That's the intake rates were 47 and 38.2 milliliters per kilogram day compared to adults of 38 milliliters per kilogram day. Second, consider susceptible subpopulations of unborn children. Third, while use of per capita water ingestion rates may be appropriate for the general population, they may be and underestimate sentinel exposures. They may underestimate sentinel exposures in potentially exposed and susceptible populations. People that drink water from their domestic water supply every day could be considered a susceptible subpopulation in this context. It's important to know what the upper bound estimates say, given the existing information, but to declare those to be sentinel at this point could be confusing to the public and to regulators, as it implies the underlying principles of representation. It would be more accurate to note that this is an upper bound value, but because of the input data uncertainties, it may not represent sentinel exposure values. When considering leachate from landfills, which may reach water sources, EPA has efficiently used the paucity of available data and have then estimated concentration levels that could be of concern. They correctly describe their approach as, quote, EPA does not have reasonably available information on actual concentrations of 1,4-dioxane in leachate for most landfills, and therefore selected landfill leachate concentrations are based on potential for risk to humans. See lines 3623 to 3625 and Excel sheet 21 and threshold calculations tab within Excel sheet 20. This accurately illustrates the need for such data the probable great variations across different types of landfills, and the probability that leaching of 1,4-dioxane could be notable. The calculation of a concentration that would yield a 1 in a million risk is a level of concern for a reference point for communities and public and health professionals. However, this is not a sentinel concentration value. In fact, sentinel concentration can't be proposed until better data on leachate concentrations are documented across different landfill scenarios. Data representing the leachates in waterlogged communities should be sought, as those communities may experience near-field high exposures. The very principle of sentinel. Such communities include the swampy coastlines of the Gulf of Mexico and the boardwalk communities of Alaska. In these situations, water can and does inundate the surrounding area, including landfills, making a direct link to homes and other community areas. By the way, this conversation may be appropriate for the discussions on surface water as well. So it is recommended, 1, that these calculations be retained as they are important and useful, but should not be defined as sentinel. The discussion for these can be improved for clarity and to characterize the calculated values as levels of concern within highly variable landfill scenarios, but not inferring the existing data can describe a distribution of potential values from which a sentinel value can be extracted. Second, the concept of sentinel should be used with consistency throughout the document and across all other documents. Notably, if a particular cohort is missing or underrepresented among data used to construct the distribution, the value at the 95th percentile, nor any other percentile, does not necessarily represent that missing or underrepresented cohort. In this case, we are specifically concerned with communities where the landfills exist and water and contaminants from those landfills may contaminate the groundwater and surface water. The difference in the basic engineering, geospatial factors, landfill use, and maintenance, just to name a few real factors, make it necessary to separate databases of leachate value into sections unique for the type of landfill under consideration. For example, communities know what kind of landfills they have, and communities with sophisticated and well-maintained landfills should have information relevant to their community situation, not based on statistics that include open dump scenarios. The reverse of this is true as well. Not only will the resulting calculation be more representative, chances are that future data collections will provide information for at least some of these landfill categories. Such scientific analyses will be more useful to the agency and community decision makers. I hope I captured the words and intent of our discussants, but now's their opportunity to add or amend. And also, we hope other committee members will add their thoughts on these topics. So, George.
Thank you, Dr. Jason.
So I'll invite Dr. Clark. Do you have any additional comments?
Thank you for putting all that together. No, I have no further comments.
Dr. Jenkins?
No, I don't have any additional comments. Thank you.
Dr. McKenzie?
Thank you for putting that together. I do have an additional overall comment and a few examples of that. So when I looked at this groundwater assessment and thinking about how it might be used as an example for national assessments, I was troubled by what appeared to be a lack of transparency in how exposure scenarios, pathways, and routes were selected to bring into this assessment. And so it wasn't clear how, if pathways were considered and then not brought in. So for example, if you look at figure 3.1, which is under the general population assessment, that figure has illustrations of pathways and exposure routes for 1,4-dioxane through groundwater. What I saw there were just pathways and routes not represented there. For example, when you look at the household use of groundwater that's contaminated with 1,4-dioxane, there is just the route of exposure for ingestion or oral route. There is no route for inhalation, even though the ATSDR indicates that this is a route of exposure for 1,4-dioxane, and in their model, the shower and household water use scenario exposure provides a way for estimating those exposures. So if this was something that was considered by the EPA, that needs to be explained, and reasons why it wasn't brought further into the risk assessment need to be there. Another example of this is the hydraulic fracturing scenario. And it's encouraging that hydraulic fracturing is being considered here, but it's discouraging to know that probably one of the lesser potentials for exposure, and that is surface impoundment, is the only scenario considered. There are several other pathways, and probably the major one being injection of produced water into Class 2 underground injection wells, which is the route for the majority of hydraulic fracturing, or the disposal methods for the majority of hydraulic fracturing fluids that are not considered here. Other routes that are not, or sources that are not considered, are spills at the surface on the well sites themselves, and the potential for well failure on the wells themselves. So in the casings of the wells. I would like to bring to the committee's attention the comments made by Earthwork on this topic. I could read that into the record. I don't need to do that unless I'm asked to do so, but they have several good references in their comments and really highlight these emissions. And then lastly, I'd like to say that not considering acute scenario in the groundwater risk assessment, and this was brought up by the Environmental Defense Fund, the reasons for not doing that need to be clearly explained. They were considered in the surface water assessment, I believe. And as brought up by Dr. Chason, there is potential for acute exposures during some uses by some potentially susceptible populations. And I'll stop there.
Thank you. Can I ask Dr. McKenzie, one of the issues raised earlier on this was about use of the water for spreading on roads. Is that a relevant issue that should be under this as well?
That's a relevant issue. I think it might be more relevant for surface water in this particular scenario.
Thank you. And then I think that's all of the discussants. Is that right? Yes.
That's correct. So thank you to the discussants for this topic. And now we'll move, this is George Cobb speaking. Now we'll move to the remainder of the committee for comments. And I see Dr. Ottinger has a comment.
I just wanted to make a quick comment and compliments Dr. Chazon and to you and the associate discussants. That was an excellent response. I'd like to emphasize the importance of considering multiple stressors. You know, chemicals, including mixtures that contain toxins and endocrine disrupting chemicals, as was briefly mentioned yesterday. Many are non-lethal with primary adverse effects on health, often with cumulative lifetime effects that could result in neurodegenerative disease and cancer or cancer. Chronic exposures are more likely in pest communities. And again, that would reflect multiple stressors that are chemical and non-chemical. And the aging segment of those communities would potentially be more susceptible. And I'd like to offer a couple of publications by Nanawaji, Enwen, and Maleki et al. That I will send to you.
Thank you, Dr. Ottinger. Could you write that up along with the references so I can include it in the report?
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that comment. So now, Dr. Merced Nieves.
Hi, thank you. This is Francesca Merced Nieves. I actually wanted to echo the same thing Dr. Ottinger just echoed. There is of the utmost need, if we wanted to truly consider the pest community, to consider both chemical and non-chemical stressors. And specifically, we talked about pregnant women, but also children, and this might be more relevant for the aggregate questions, do have different bodies and ways that they get exposed more consistently than adults, or are more detrimentally exposed. For example, they have greater volume rates, so they're through air, there might be more exposed, but they also have greater hand-to-mouth action, so there's other possibilities, and they also have higher water consumption. So I think everything that was raised is very important, and I just wanted to echo and add to that.
Okay. Again, could you please put that in a note and send it to me so I can put it in here correctly? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for that comment. And then Dr. Apt.
Yeah, hi, this is Udayan Apte. I wanted to touch upon something that Dr. Jason has brought up in her report about things like community bathing and issues associated with the recreational use of water. And I was wondering about that because, in large parts of our society, community bathing in swimming pools where the water comes from, whatever the source it comes from, and as well as recreational bathing in lakes, water bodies is common. And would that be considered part of an exposure, overall exposure? Because swimming in a contaminated lake over Labor Day for like 8 hours is probably okay from a long-term exposure standpoint. But if somebody's a constant user of that water body for recreational purposes, and that exposure probably goes up. And so I just wanted to know if EPA has considered these scenarios in their exposure analysis. Thank you.
So does anyone from EPA have a response to that question? I will, while they're thinking about this, I will say that the original full assessment did include dermal exposure from surface waters. Now, I don't know whether that was part of the aggregate assessment that was in this supplement. I can't speak to that, but I can say that was part of the original risk determination that the agency did, or at least that is my remembrance. And now we have Dr. Wegner here to maybe answer this question a bit.
Yeah, this is Susanna Wagner from the EPA. Just in response to that, you're right, Dr. Cobb, that in the 2020 risk evaluation, EPA had previously considered the incidental or recreational contact with surface water from, either sort of wading or bathing in water bodies. We did not, in that assessment or the current assessment, look specifically at what I think you were describing is a scenario where you're actually taking the water that is drinking water, like bathing in the water that you would be using as drinking water. That is not a part of the assessment currently.
This is Dr. Chasen. Just to be clear, we were describing using water that could have theoretically been from groundwater or surface water. And this word bathing, steam bathing, is a little misleading. It's actually sitting in a room of some small measurement where steam is contained. So it's exactly what you're paying a fortune for to go to the local clubs here where I live, but they do it for free in many other community areas or even within their homes. So they're not actually bathing in the water, they're bathing in the steam. And the point that we tried to make here was that steam will carry the contaminant, and then it's actually intentionally trapped into the room. So what you've created, when many of us are in school, they had the inhalation chambers with the mice in it. That's basically what we've created for humans.
Yeah, I get that. I just wanted to clarify that my question, I think, was answered by EPA people, that the original risk assessment did include this part, but that, public swimming pools, for example, the water, whatever the water comes from, there's actual dermal contact of water rather than a steam or anything. And I was more concerned about that, whether that part has been considered as part of the cumulative risk assessment, where, now you are, you might be breathing the air, but you're also now bathing in a water that may or may not, that may contain the contaminant, that may contain 1,4-dioxane. And over a period of summer, that might happen several times. So that exposure, adds up. And so that was a scenario that I was more concerned about. That just wanted to clarify that. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Now, Dr. Fox has a question. I see your hand now. It's hidden in your background a little bit for me.
Sure. Well, actually, a comment about pests in susceptible populations, right? So I commend the group for really expanding what we're thinking about in terms of exposure situations, right? But I would like to address this comment to the receptor, so to the population on the population side. So I've heard a lot about life stages being considered as susceptible. So I'd also like to say I think we need to be considering people with pre-existing conditions. For example, the fact that in the United States, the rates of chronic liver disease are increasing. So, just sort of to put that out there as another potential susceptible subpopulation. Thank you. And this was Mary Fox. I think I forgot to say that.
Thank you, Dr. Fox. So, Dr. Hager-Benes.
Yes, I also want to commend Dr. Chasen and the group for doing the amazing job that they've done. And Dr. Fox beat me to this, but I'll add this, which is that the US, right, is not a healthy population, and rates of illness, including those relevant to 1,4-dioxane. In fact, rates of both liver and kidney disease are not equally distributed across the population. And this is particularly important when thinking about using a public health frame for that EPA uses a public health frame for this and other risk assessments. So that's my framing point. A couple of other points. I'll agree that the continued use of exposure assumptions that are based on older studies, older surveys that were even well done at the time are problematic, because 30 years ago, we paid far less attention to potential to the pests and certainly less attention to inclusion of people that didn't look like ourselves in those assessments and in those national estimates. So I think one of the things that we've spoken about, and we've heard from the outside commenters as well, has to do with two things. One is the duration of time that people live in their current residences that I'd like to bring up here, but the other was and I've forgotten which question it was, with regard to assessment of risk for people who live near facilities that were considered in certainly the air emissions. And I want to bring up that those data are hard, recognize that those data are hard to find, and that data that could be used to determine worker residence, right? The data that could be used to determine worker residence location, those are not easy to come by. However, there are two data sources that, while only apply to people classified as employees, might be useful. Independent contractors wouldn't be covered, and temporary agency employees would be covered by their agency, not the employment site. And those might be workers' compensation data for private sector employees. And those data which have home addresses are state specific, and arrangements might be required for individual state data. Gathering data for all 50 states would be a substantial undertaking. However, several states with relatively good data include California, Ohio, Oregon, and Washington, and there might be a way to for the agency to access those data with appropriate safeguards. And another source would be unemployment insurance data. All employees have their earnings reported to state UI agencies, and the employment site and the first and last names would be in those records. There would be no direct information about residents, but a search might work. It's very inefficient, or require some of the sharp programming skills that EPA certainly has. The data are also shared with the Department of Labor Bureau of Labor Statistics. And those data have been shared with researchers. So that's a recommendation as to how to get to perhaps some data on residence and location to facility, and perhaps the overlap between those two. Another point I want to make is with regard to uncertainty and data gaps, specifically with regard to private drinking water wells. I want to state for the record that there is often little desire by authorities to encourage testing of wells, right? It's not written into the Safe Drinking Water Act. And the other is that we know from a multitude of studies that residents are often fearful or not interested or do not know about having their private drinking water wells tested. And I think it's important to recognize why that might be. I think we heard from the last question that that there is often a desire not to frighten people. And there are real fears. And we've seen this recently where parents are often, or parents have reported as being just beside themselves for having fear of poisoning their children. There are fears of losing money should they try to sell their homes, and there are a variety of other reasons. So my point here is that my group has seen with a Cape Cod community where inadequate protections from historical and current landfills occurred in a place where leachate impacted down gradient wells. This is not unusual. And there are data that are out there, and I suggest that EPA absolutely heed the recommendations that Dr. Chasen read into the record. We also have an enormous amount of excellent data from a variety of efforts taken. Many of them are funded by NIEHS through the Superfund Research Program. And I did look through the hazard assessment piece and some of the data, but are not seeing some of that information. And those have been done for a variety of other chemicals: arsenic, 1,4-dioxane, chlorinated solvents, and PFAS. And so the efforts are taken in all of the EPA regions, and only now are really focusing on pests. So I think it's important, not just for the record, but for EPA to explicitly state why these data are not used if they're not going to use them. But I am hopeful that as we move forward, that these data and others like them will be taken into consideration for assessment of TSCA chemicals. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. So, Mr. Wright.
Sorry,
Mike,
I was
are you
having
there?
trouble. I was having trouble unmuting. I just wanted to add to the discussion that with respect to occupational groups, we have an aging work population. We have what I think data from the BLS will show that there are increasing levels of overtime post-pandemic. And sadly, we have increases in child labor, much of it illegal. We have some state legislatures that have passed laws regarding child labor that openly defy federal law. And much of it, sadly, is immigrant children. So the population is changing in ways that make occupational groups, at least some occupational groups, more susceptible.
Right. Thank you very much. That was Mike Wright speaking previously. Okay, we are in what I'm going to call no man's land. We're an hour out from lunch, but we haven't had a break yet. So unless Allah, our DFO, objects, I think I'm going to call a lunch break now. Oh, wait. But let me say what I'm planning to do, and then Dr. Rubin, I will not miss your comment. I think I'm going to call for a 1 hour lunch break now. We'll come back and begin charge question 3C immediately after lunch. But let's go to Dr. Rubin.
Okay, thank you. I'll be brief. This is Rainbow Rubin. I just wanted to also echo my support for Dr. Chason and the discussants of this question, and agree with the need for real world assessments with respect to environmental justice and fence line communities for the entire lifespan, 78 years, not 33, prioritizing multiple exposures across pathways, pre-existing conditions, vulnerable subgroups, and during sensitive life stages, including pregnancy, in utero, childhood, and adolescent exposures. Thank you.
So thank you for that comment. And I did not at all want to rush you. So if you feel like there's something else that needs to be said.
Thank you.
Happy.
It's fine.
Okay. So with that, again, unless Dr. Kamal has something that he would prefer us to do.
Dr. Wright's hand is still up, Dr. Cobb.
Oh, I didn't confirm that was residual.
Oh.
Yeah, it stayed up the whole time.
All right. That's perfectly fine, Dr. Cobb. Yeah, we can have the lunch break now, and then we will be back after 1 hour. Is there lunch break? You want it for 1 hour? So like
I think that's fine. I think we deserve a 1 hour break because we missed our morning break, and so and we'll still be way within the schedule. I think to probably finish today by close of business today.
Let's see. All right.
So we'll come back for question 3C in 1 hour.
Enjoy your lunch, everyone.
Yes.
Thank you.
William, are you there?
Hi, Tammy. I just emailed him. I in regards to.
I just wrote an
Okay,
email
yeah.
to have him turn the clock back on.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
I got a message from Alla to adjust the time, so I just quickly
Yeah.
taken it down.
Okay. Yeah. Just put that lunch break slide up.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. I'm on top of it.
Hi, have we started?
We're back. I think everyone's back.
All right. Sorry if I was late. I had this time to get back right now. Thought we would be a minute or two after this, but we're good. So, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a enjoyable lunch break. And now we'll move into charge question 3C.
Do you want to take the afternoon row?
You know what? Thank you for reminding me.
All right.
We'll do that. Dr. Apte.
Yes, I'm here.
Dr. Baker.
Here.
Dr. Chason. Dr. Chason. Maybe was going to miss this afternoon. Dr. Ike.
I'm here.
Dr. Fox. Dr. Fox. Dr. Graham.
I am here.
Dr. Heiger-Benes.
Here.
Ms. Jenkins. Okay, Dr. Merced Nieves.
Here.
Dr. Ottinger.
Here.
Dr. Presbilla.
Present.
Dr. Wright.
Here.
Dr. Rubin.
Here.
Dr. Rumpler. Dr. Voorhees. I think he said maybe not this afternoon. Mr. Wright.
I'm here.
Great. Okay, now to the ad hoc reviewers. Dr. Bennett.
I am here.
Dr. Barakal.
Yeah.
Dr. Clark.
Here.
Dr. Ginsburg.
Yep, I'm here.
Dr. Henneman.
Here.
Dr. Jajak. Here. Dr. McKenzie.
Here.
Dr. Magalino.
Here.
Dr. Portier.
Here.
Dr. Potter.
I'm here.
All right, let me go back and cycle through some folks, even though I could think a couple of these for sure are not going to be here. Dr. Chason. Dr. Fox. Ms. Jenkins.
I'm here.
Ah, great. Dr. Rumpler. Dr. Voorhees. Okay. So we do have a quorum, so we're fine. And now we can proceed to charge question 3C. And if the agency can read this in, I don't know if this is going to be Dr. Chifflet or someone else.
Hi, this is Sean Shiflett. So charge question 3C. Throughout section 2.3.2, EPA made several assumptions about drinking water exposure scenarios for groundwater. For example, EPA assumed that groundwater concentrations predicted using the DRAS model may reflect average concentrations in untreated private drinking water wells over 33 years. Please comment on the assumption underlying drinking water exposure scenarios for groundwater. Thank you.
Thank you for reading that into the record. And our lead discussant is Ms. Jenkins.
Hello again. We've had some discussion already in the previous questions about some of these topics, so I expect others will have some comments on this. With me, Drs. Clark, McKenzie, and Reif also are on question 3C. Since little concentration data in groundwater indicating that 1,4-dioxane has leached from the subtitle D landfills and unlined surface impoundments where produced water was disposed, except for information from sites currently undergoing remediation, it is difficult to conclude that these scenarios and pathways are of current concern. On page 75, line 2321, EPA states recent changes in industrial activities and disposal may have largely reduced groundwater contamination with 1,4-dioxane. This is an important statement.
Appendix I discusses exposure assumptions, but then refers to tables in the Exposure Factors Handbook where they can be found, recommend including tables with all the exposure assumptions in the appendix or the main body of the supplement with references to make it easy for the reader. The assumption should be clearly presented and transparent. Some of the exposure assumptions are the same as what are used in other EPA risk assessments, for example, EPA's risk screening levels, but some are not. Exposure duration of a resident is 30 years in the risk screening levels and 30 years in the draft technical support document, whereas the supplement assumes 33 years. Body weight is another exposure factor with different values. DRAS uses 72 kilograms for an adult body weight. The rationale behind the choices of exposure factors and assumptions should be clearly presented. The scenarios assume 1,4-dioxane concentrations at a well within 1 mile of the disposal facility. Suggests that EPA provides the basis for this distance, and it appears that this 1 mile radius is from DRAS, but did not find the rationale presented for why it is considered appropriate. Target cancer risk is listed as 1e⁻⁶ in the input table for DRAS. Did EPA consider other target risk levels within the risk range, since we were told in the introductory discussion that there's not a bright line of excess target risk? EPA ran the DRAS model under 2 scenarios. In one scenario, it was assumed that the waste management unit is an unlined landfill, and the other, it was assumed the waste management unit is a clay-lined landfill. This information is in the appendix, but that second scenario with the clay-lined landfill is not discussed within the supplement. For the following reasons, recommend revising the overall confidence in the drinking water exposure estimates resulting from disposal of produced water from hydraulic fracturing to slight to low, because the underlying drinking water exposure scenario concerning pathways between the hydraulic fracturing produced water source and groundwater contamination is incomplete. Several pathways are not considered, including injection in Class 2 injection wells, surface spills, and leaking well casing. There's a number of references that are provided also. Confidence in predicted 1,4-dioxane concentrations in untreated private drinking water wells for the subpopulation living near hydraulically fractured oil and gas sites and Class 2 injection sites is slight. If a finite source was assumed in the DRAS model for continuing disposal of produced water to a surface water impoundment, then modeled groundwater concentrations may not reflect average 1,4-dioxane concentrations in untreated drinking water wells over a 33-year period. And because the DRAS model does not address matrix diffusion, modeled groundwater concentrations may not reflect average 1,4-dioxane concentrations in untreated drinking water wells over a 33-year period. The model assumption that unsaturated and saturated zones are uncontaminated is likely incorrect for surface impoundments. This would add to the uncertainty in the groundwater concentrations predicted from the DRAS model. For the following reasons, recommend revising the overall confidence in drinking water exposure estimates resulting from landfill disposal from low to medium to low. Because if a finite source was assumed in the DRAS model for continuing disposal of produced water to a landfill, then modeled groundwater concentrations may not reflect average 1,4-dioxane concentrations in untreated drinking water wells over a 33-year period. Because the DRAS model does not address matrix diffusion, modeled groundwater concentrations, does not address matrix diffusion, modeled groundwater concentrations may not reflect average 1,4-dioxane concentrations in untreated drinking water wells over a 33-year period. The model assumption that unsaturated and saturated zones are uncontaminated is likely incorrect for landfills. This would add to the uncertainty in the groundwater concentrations predicted from the DRAS model.
Overall, the methodologies used and assumptions made seem appropriate for the analysis and level of certainty. The DRAS assessment applied default waste loading rates calculated from annual waste quantity and size of landfill. The default loading rates described in the technical documentation for DRAS seem appropriate for the analysis, though it would significantly aid ease of interpretation if additional details on these default loading rates were provided in the risk assessment itself or in the sub-relevant appendix. Groundwater wells are not subject to Safe Drinking Water Act regulations and are tested and treated only at the discretion of the home or landowner. They are thought to be more vulnerable to contamination than regulated public drinking water systems. It is unlikely that most well owners are routinely testing for 1,4-dioxane, and it is difficult to remove through conventional treatment. Thus, it is appropriate to assume that the predicted groundwater concentrations using the DRAS model would be similar to those in an exposed groundwater well. It also seems appropriate to consider groundwater well risk estimates as potential maximum exposure through the groundwater pathway, and as such, use them as potential sentinels. And then there was one specific comment, line 4580, the consideration for significant groundwater recharge from streams or lakes may need to be considered. This is a major factor in water flows from within central Texas and perhaps other areas of the United States. And that's the end. There are a number of references that I will submit along with these written comments. But again, should I go to the associate discussants now?
Please do. Thank you.
Okay. So Dr. Clark, do you have any additional comments?
Yeah, thanks again, Ms. Jenkins, for putting all that together. I think we had a good discussion of the limitations in these in the hydraulic fracturing related estimates in the last question, but I just want to reiterate that I really feel that the exposure assessment from kind of all directions, hydraulic fracturing is incomplete and not properly characterized. And so we've made some suggestions in our written comments as far as how that could be rectified, but I just wanted to say it again for the record.
Thank you. Dr. McKenzie?
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins, for summarizing our comments. I don't have anything to add that hasn't already been brought up. Thank you.
Dr. Reif?
Dr. Reif, are you there?
Yes, I'm sorry. I misheard right. Yeah, nothing to add. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you to all the discussants for that summary. And Ms. Jenkins, thank you for stepping in earlier to do two of these today. I really appreciate that. And you seem to have done a great job summarizing what your other discussants have said. So thank you. Let's open it up to the rest of the committee. Other comments on this final part of question 3? Okay, if there are no other questions, comments, if there are no other comments, let's go back to EPA and see if they need any clarification of any of the comments that have been made about question 3 thus far.
Hello, this is Sean Shiflett. There are no clarifying comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So now we'll be moving to charge question 4A. And as Dr. Shiflett and his colleagues are getting that slide ready, our lead discussant for this topic will be Dr. Baker. So please read the question into the record.
Hi, this is Susanna Wagner from EPA. I'm going to read charge question 4A. EPA quantitatively aggregated exposures and risks resulting from multiple sources releasing to air, Appendix J4. Please comment on the strengths and uncertainties of EPA's approach, including the approaches used to group facilities, combine releases by overlaying, and other components of the aggregate methodologies, as well as alternative/improved approaches.
Right. Thank you very much. And now Dr. Baker.
Yes, hi. So I was the lead discussant for this, and my co-discussants are Doctors Updike, Cobb, Ike, Merced Nieves, and Hinneman, who we'll hear from after me. So reviewers agree that considering calculations for both grouped and individual facilities represents a strength of the aggregate analysis. And it is a strength to consider the risks to be greater in areas where there are grouped facilities. However, reviewers also raise some uncertainties, needs, and clarifications for EPA to consider in future iterations. Reviewers suggest that EPA not only consider a 10-kilometer buffer, but also 15 kilometers and 20-kilometer buffers, and to group facilities in these larger buffers. If EPA chooses not to consider larger buffers, then the choice of 10 kilometers as the buffer should be justified. Reviewers also raised that one pathway of exposure is considered, and that's the inhalation of air. And dermal and ingestion routes of exposure should also be considered. The reviewers stressed that considering all routes of exposure is especially important, so to not underestimate exposures and impacts for susceptible subpopulations such as children. Reviewers stated that when considering aggregate risk, considering synergistic effects as opposed to just additive would also be warranted, again, to ensure that we are not underestimating exposures and impacts for susceptible subpopulations. And then lastly, reviewers commented that on the figure in Appendix J.4, some of the black lettering is hard to see against the dark background. And that summarizes our feedback and comments for question 4A. With that, I'll turn to my co-discussants. I'll start with Dr. Ike.
You summarized my comments. Thank you. I don't have anything to add.
And then also Dr. Merced Nieves.
Hi, thank you for summarizing our comments so well.
Dr. Cobb, as a discussant, co-discussant.
Oh, I was not a discussant. I just gave you some comments as a committee member.
Thank you. And then Dr. Hinneman, did you have anything to add?
Thanks. Yeah, I do actually have a few additional comments. So one is with this multi-facility screening method or risk characterization method. I couldn't tell actually which of the ambient air concentration and exposure methodologies from figure Appendix J-1 were used for the individual facilities that were combined. So more detail on that would be helpful. And then which years of emissions data were used too. The next is in the combination of the facilities, and it reflects back to my uncertainty on which method was actually used, that if there's sort of regionally representative meteorology or terrain, you know, what the implications are for that, for the concentration fields that are being summed. And then, you know, doing that summing may end up propagating errors. And so it leads to my just sort of general comment that, you know, there's this exercise where the AirMod modeling is done by facility, but I'm pretty sure AirMod has the functionality to include multiple sources, and EPA didn't really defend not using that method. And I think that would be a reasonable alternative here to getting these risk estimates when there are multiple nearby facilities, to just include them in a single model run that uses representative meteorology and local terrain. And let's see, and again, you know, we've talked about this before about using the different percentiles
from the Monte Carlo scenarios. So if you're using the 95th percentile risk, then, if we end up summing that, that could lead to some sort of strange downstream Monte Carlo distribution effects, and the implications of that weren't really clear to me. It sort of struck me that something strange could be happening there. And again, maybe a way to alleviate that is to just use a single model run with multiple sources. And so if there is air quality observation data, ambient air quality observation data of 1,4-dioxane available, then evaluating the air concentrations against this would be more appropriate with sort of a multi-facility run than individual facilities, because you're getting at more of the total concentration that's in the air, more of the or a larger fraction of all of the sources. So comparing that with measurements would make more sense there. And other than that, I just have a typo or two that I'll add to my comments too. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Thanks, Dr. Henneman. When you have those finalized, could you email them over to me to include? Thank you. And then our last co-discussant was Dr. Upti. Did you have any additional comments?
No additional comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is all from your discussants then? So great job. Yeah. Thank you to everyone on the team. All right. So Dr. McKenzie seems to have a comment.
Dr. McKenzie here. So my comment is that this aggregating of exposures into air is only considering, I believe, the TRI releases, and didn't consider releases from the hydraulic fracturing sites or well sites where hydraulic fracturing is used. And this could be potentially a significant emission for populations living around some of the large multi-well oil and gas sites that have been developed with hydraulic fracturing fluids.
I'd like to concur with that, because there are certainly areas in this region where hydraulic fracturing is done right near some pretty major urban areas in the north of the state. So, and I think that's also true in areas of Oklahoma and Colorado. So
Oklahoma, Colorado, and Texas.
Yeah, I'd be happy to be corrected if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, are there other comments? Dr. Rubin.
Hi, yes, Dr. Rubin, stating my agreement that dermal and inhalation routes should also be included along with the inhalation pathway, that calculations for sensitive subgroups should be prioritized, and that additive exposures should be considered and methodologies should be clearly justified. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment, Dr. Rubin. So are there other comments from the committee? Okay, seeing none, I think we can move on to the next charge question. That will be 4B. And while Dr. Wegner and her team are loading that, I'll mention that our lead discussant for this is Dr. Miglino. And Dr. Wegner, whenever you're ready, you folks can read the charge question in.
This is Susanna Wegner with EPA. I'm going to read charge question 4B, but first I'm going to advance the slide so you can read it along with me. All right, charge question 4B asks, EPA quantitatively characterized surface water concentrations as well as exposure and risks resulting from multiple sources of 1,4-dioxane released to water, section 2.3.1.2.1, section 2.3.1.3.4, section 5.2.2.1.5, and appendix G.2.3. Please comment on the strengths and uncertainties of EPA's approach for estimating aggregate exposure and risk from multiple sources in surface sourced drinking water.
Thank you for reading that in. And Dr. Miglino, please provide us the response.
Yes, thank you. This is Andrew Miglino. So I have just a few things and then one comment that came in this afternoon. The panelists identified several strengths with EPA's approach to aggregate surface water exposures, specifically incorporation of varying release periods and contribution of multiple facilities to a single exposure were appropriate. Further, the use of expansive NHD plus dataset was found to be a strength of this approach. In addition, the approach of validation using case studies was found to be a strength, although the panelists did find uncertainty with the specific case studies, the data used therein, and/or the results of the individual case studies. Finally, the conservative assumption that all dioxane remained in the water column was specifically highlighted due to the finding that water treatments do not reliably remove dioxane. Although strengths were identified, a common uncertainty was found by the panelists that the aggregate exposure risk analysis did not consider exposures across pathways, for example, drinking water and swimming, or other environmental compartments, for example, water and air combined. Panelists noted that without including multiple exposure routes, there is the potential for underestimation of risk to the general population, and especially susceptible subpopulations or those receiving the highest levels of exposure. In contrast, several panelists noted that the validation performed using the EWISRD-XL model overestimated the monitoring data for 2 of the 3 case studies, which appears counterfactual to EPA statements on lines 4503 to 4505. One panelist suggested that EPA utilize more site-specific data if available to refine the model. Adding to the panel's uncertainty of the model and its results is that EPA appears to attribute the sensitivity of the model to different factors. In the main text, EPA notes that the facility contributions are most significant loading. For example, quote, the loading from facilities far outweighs the contribution from background sources at the higher end. That's lines 2187 through 2188. However, in the analysis of the case studies, EPA attributes sensitivity to DTD releases and background concentrations. Quote, in the Brunswick County case study, the output was sensitive to the upstream concentration. That's lines 11259 through 11260. Also, the results of the East Liverpool, Ohio case study, this is another quote, appeared to be sensitive to the high concentrations reported for the Beaver River tributary, as well as the high population estimated to be contributing to the DTD component. That's lines 11318 through 11320. The seeming incompatibility of these statements reduces certainty in modeled output and does not aid in identifying potential refinement strategies. EPA should therefore clarify the sensitivity of the model and identify areas for refinement prior to conducting further evaluations, either for validation purposes or for aggregate risk assessment. And then I mentioned there was a comment that came in this afternoon. There was a little confusion as to whether this fits better under 4B or 4C, but we can puzzle that out when the final document gets put together. I'll just read this verbatim. EPA uses a margin of exposure, or MOE, approach to assess non-cancer health risks for this assessment. This approach may have been appropriate when there were studies that lacked robust dose response data, or perhaps when we had less information and data about rates of disease in the US human population. The MOE relies on a point of departure, POD, with no extrapolation to lower doses, does not estimate the proportion of the exposed population projected to experience a specified health endpoint, or the number of individuals affected, and perpetuates the scientifically unsupported situation that there exists a safe or no risk level of chemical exposure in a diverse population. There's also a practical reason to move from the MOE or POD-based RFD, I believe that's reference dose, but please correct me if that's incorrect, to an approach that provides risk managers, here EPA, with a tool that can be used for decision making. For example, EPA will make decisions about 1 × 10⁻⁴ cancer risk versus 1 × 10⁻⁻10th cancer risk. While we may disagree about what is acceptable risk, we can agree that having a metric that allows for incorporation of costs, including costs of treatment and costs to the healthcare budget, is useful. EPA cannot do that using a single point to represent the toxicity/dose response for non-cancer effects. Authoritative bodies, including the U.S. National Research Council and the World Health Organization, have outlined methods to expand the probabilistic assessment from the hazard and exposure assessments to the dose response assessment. EPA certainly has the technical ability to do this and should be using the best available science as mandated. Please refer to written comments submitted by UCSF program on reproductive health and the environment on the supplemental draft risk evaluation for 1,4-dioxane. And there are several references which I will include in the final write-up. That's all I had for comments. I will open it to my associate discussants, Dr. Apti.
I don't have any other comments than this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Ike.
Thank you for summarizing that. I also did not have any additional comments.
Dr. Graham.
Thank you, Dr. Miglino. You summarized the comments very well. No additional from me.
Thank you. And Dr. Merced Nieves.
Hi, thank you. I don't have anything to add.
And I guess we can open it to the rest of the panel then.
That is correct. So thank you, discussants. That was really good. It seems like these are becoming streamlined as we go. Maybe we got a lot of the general comments out of the way early, which is kind of usual. Dr. Ginsburg.
Yeah, thank you. Gary Ginsburg here. So regarding this surface water modeling exposure work, pretty much seminal, going back to, first principles. It looks to me, I haven't seen in the document or in any of the appendix tables exactly what the drinking water assumptions are for the intake rate per body weight. I found it in one of the spreadsheet, the Excel tables, where it looks like the ingestion rates per body weight for different age groups, where yesterday EPA talked about that analysis of the children versus adult only. So I found that spreadsheet, and it looks like the ingestion rates they're using don't quite line up with the exposure factors handbook, even though section 3 of the supplement says that they did use the exposure factors handbook for their exposure assumptions. So the values, for example, for 21 to 78-year-olds is 11 mLs per kilogram per day. And according to the exposure factors handbook, it's 13 mLs per kilogram per day for the same age group. So not a big deal, but it doesn't line up quite with the exposure factor handbook. So I was just wondering about that relatively small discrepancy and a little bit of an underestimate based upon exposure factors handbook 2011. But the bigger question I have about this is that these are all mean ingestion rates, and the exposure factors handbook also has a set of recommended upper bound exposure rates for drinking water intake, which for that same age group, which is the 33-year assumption by EPA for drinking water exposure, is 40 mLs per kilogram per day, so quite a bit higher than the 11 that EPA is using for 33 years. So I know that there's different philosophies on how to try to characterize whether it's a central tendency or an upper bound exposure rate, but I didn't quite see that clearly laid out in this document as far as what was EPA shooting for in these exposure calculations. Is it a central tendency exposure? Is it an upper bound exposure? What elements are meant to be upper bound as opposed to central tendency? Or is there a range of values and a probabilistic approach? You could certainly turn all these intake rates per body weight into a probabilistic approach as well. I didn't see them do that, but certainly not an upper bound approach here for exposure intake. And where EPA is using, I think in terms of stream flows, monthly averages, in terms of TRI data, looks like they're, I don't want to misspeak. I can't recall now whether on the TRI outfalls they were upper, the highest number ever for a source, or whether that was an average. But it's worth looking at how upper bound overall is the exposure scenario versus how middle of the road is it. And I think it's worth thinking about whether that really captures anything like an upper bound exposure. But certainly from the drinking water per body weight per day intake rates, it's not upper bound. And just wanted to make that clear from what I can get out of the document and the spreadsheets that are associated. So just wanted to make that point. Maybe EPA can clarify.
So thank you. And I think we'll go to Dr. Rubin's response now and give the EPA folks some time to think about that question that you just posed. So please proceed, Dr. Rubin.
Okay, thank you, Rainbow Rubin. I would like to support comments made about the drawbacks of using the MOE approach made at the end of the presentation, and I would like to direct the EPA to the references cited by the UCSF program for reproductive health and the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. So Dr. Chasen?
This is Chris Chasen speaking. Dr. Ginsburg brought up a point that made me think back to the issues that we called levels of concern, where the agency is looking for sort of an upper bound health related, we called it levels of concern. If you're dealing with a topic that pretends to be sentinel or upper bound or whatever, I think it's important to re-examine whether or not you use central tendency factors to get into the algorithm to do that calculation, or whether it would be more appropriate to use upper ends of the values for all of the factors in that algorithm. This conversation Dr. Ginsburg just pointed out shows about a fourfold difference just in that one factor. So perhaps when your analysis, the objective of your analysis is to express some kind of sentinel, or to express a level of concern, that's maybe is the appropriate time to be using values which represent upper bounds or something at the tail of a distribution, or rather than some kind of central tendency where you sort of you can't see really what the variation is when you just use that. So I didn't actually look at that when I was looking at those calculations, but it's a good point. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other comments from the committee? So I'll add, this is George Cobb. I will add that I agree with the need to at least evaluate the upper bound exposures or consumption rates. And I'll also offer, not that we need to all do this on the committee, but my intake of water is about 60 milliliters per kilogram per day. And I'm not a tiny person. So that 40 milliliters is not that far out of the question, at least not by my perspective.
If I can, sorry, I don't have
Please.
my hand raised. This is Gary Ginsburg again. But, you know, I'm sensitive as a risk assessor to propagating upper bound assumptions and creating a scenario that's just doesn't exist on planet Earth. And so, you know, we want to be careful about upper bound everything, and be, you know, try to be conservative but realistic. But it's pretty common to use an upper bound water ingestion rate for, especially when you're not using a 70-year lifespan, you're using 33 years there. So you're not, you know, going to the extreme there, because certainly there could be people in a large public water supply, even if they've moved 3 times. Again, 33 years is how long, an upper bound for how long somebody lives in one house. But you know, you could easily move around in a water district and live and die within the same water district. So, you know, 33 years is not necessarily all that upper bound on that side. It's just worth looking at, you know, the various inputs and seeing, are you propagating a bunch of upper bound uncertainties and creating a sense of unrealism about it, or, you know, where does it make sense that we have actual people that are drinking those rates that you don't want to, you know, undercount. So I would just, you know, make an argument that a more holistic thinking by EPA in this regard could have gone into this.
I agree. Thank you.
And I guess I'll provide a little write-up to this team on this question on that point.
Thank you. All right. So there was a question posed by Dr. Ginsburg related to the use of the central tendency versus a upper bound, and let Dr. Wegner answer that.
Yeah, this is Susanna Wegner with EPA. And I will begin answering the question, and then also please elaborate on the question if I'm not fully answering it. But to clarify what we actually did in the supplement, we used the central tendency intakes for estimating the chronic exposures, and we used the upper bound only for the acute exposure scenarios. And so I think you were seeing that accurately, but I don't know if I missed the second part of the question.
So Dr. Ginsburg, would you like to frame the rest of your question?
No, I think that that's helpful to clarify that the distinction between acute and chronic. I mean, there's a variety of aspects to the acute scenario that also could be further examined. For example, you know, peak water concentrations with really minimal low flow values and drought conditions. If you're worried about an acute concentration and an acute endpoint, I'm not sure that how well the models capture that. But just sticking to the drinking water rate, I think it's good that EPA did consider the upper bound for acute. But even for chronic, you know, I'd suggest EPA reevaluate that, because you know, people, especially in dry climates, you know, make more often than not use more of an upper bound intake rate over many years, and especially where you know, the age specific assessment doesn't look like, although I haven't fully checked it out, it doesn't look like it's being used or being necessary. I would just think that even on the chronic basis, to have a consistent approach to drinking water intake rate should be seriously considered as the, you know, making sure that you're not leaving out members of the population who on a long-term basis are going for, as adults, aren't going to be ingesting, you know, whether they're athletes, whether they're in dry climates, you know, whatever the reason, that they're going to have that kind of intake rate per body weight. And 95th percentile is probably not the peak either. I mean, there's probably people that actually exist that drink more than 40 mLs per kilogram per day, as Dr. Cobb just mentioned. So I think it's worth serious consideration.
Thank you.
And I think that answered the question. So thank you, Dr. Wegner, and thank you, Dr. Ginsburg, for clarifying that. So unless there are other topics for 4B, we can move on to charge question 4C. And as Dr. Wegner's team is loading up question 4C, I'll mention that our lead discussant is Dr. Apte, and I will also mention this is the last charge question for the panel, for the committee. So please read the charge question into the record.
All right, this is Susanna Wegner with EPA, and I'll read charge question 4C. EPA qualitatively characterized aggregate exposure and risk across routes and across pathways. EPA recognizes the importance of identifying and characterizing these aggregate exposures. While EPA recognizes the importance of identifying and characterizing these aggregate exposures, they were not quantified due to substantial uncertainties associated with aggregating 1,4-dioxane exposures and risks across routes. Please comment on EPA's approach to assessing aggregate exposures across routes qualitatively rather than quantitatively in this assessment, and on the strengths and uncertainties identified in this qualitative characterization.
Thank you. So Dr. Apte?
Yeah. So this is Udayan Apte. I'm going to read the comments and summarize comments from me and my associate discussants, who include Alison Jenkins, Francesca Merced, Nieves, Lisa McKenzie, and Michael Wright. Bear with me, it's a long list of things we have. So in this supplemental risk assessment on 1,4-dioxane, EPA has considered aggregate risk assessment defined as the combined exposure from one chemical across multiple pathways, which includes aggregation across exposure routes, that's dermal plus inhalation, combined air plus water exposure across multiple scenarios, which includes various industries and other sources, and across different scenarios of exposure. For qualitative approaches, oral plus dermal plus inhalation exposures were considered. Further, combined air and water exposures were considered. And finally, occupational and general population exposures were considered. EPA was not able to quantitatively conduct a quantitative aggregate risk analysis due to mainly lack of reliable data and further significant uncertainties in outcomes posed by each of these different exposures. Therefore, a qualitative risk assessment was conducted as a decision. We think that special consideration should be given in risk aggregation for the fence line communities, which are disproportionately affected by multiple routes of exposure. Any data on exposure to fence line communities will be useful. Further consideration of aggregate risk for special PESS susceptible populations need to be prioritized. In Table 5-11, EPA states that it did not identify any factors that affect exposure from quantitative standpoint, but added that a tenfold uncertainty factor for life stage, genetics, and pre-existing disease was used. In the view of lack of data, this approach seems appropriate, but further evaluation is necessary. Providing a rating of low, medium, and high confidence in aggregation of risk is appropriate and informative. Because the data gaps and uncertainty discussed over the last few days within all exposure scenarios and risk estimates considered in the supplement, the qualitative characterization of aggregate risk for 1,4-dioxane is appropriate. Although EPA risk estimates should err on the side of overestimating risk to ensure public safety protection. By making successive overestimating assumptions, EPA could generate risk estimates that are the product of compounding conservatism due to data gaps and uncertainty in the available data. In some cases, this means that the final estimated risk could be more a function of conservative assumptions rather than they are of actual chemical risk. To address this concern, EPA should consider a quantitative uncertainty analysis, if appropriate, that could provide confidence limits on the risk estimates by evaluating the impact of each assumption. In part 5.2.2.5, aggregate and sentinel exposures, EPA states that there is an uncertainty around the extent to which cancer risks across routes are additive from 1,4-dioxane, and goes on to explain that liver tumors are the primary site of cancer risk from oral exposures, and inhalation exposure in rats is associated with multiple types of tumors, including liver. The IUR used to calculate inhalation cancer risk reflects combined risks from multiple tumor types. This reasoning does not preclude a quantitative risk assessment of aggregate exposure across the oral and inhalation exposure routes. Given that liver tumors are cancer sites for both routes, at least some additive effect is indicated, and a quantitative assessment of with a discussion of uncertainty should be done. Likewise, even though there is uncertainty around the degree to which nasal cavity lesions could be partially due to portal of entry effects following inhalation exposure, this reasoning does not preclude a quantitative risk assessment for aggregate exposure across the oral and inhalation exposure routes. Because nasal cavity lesions are likely to be primarily the result of systematic delivery, as discussed on page 192 of the 2020 risk assessment, an additive effect from oral and inhalation exposure is indicated, and a quantitative assessment with discussion of uncertainty should be done. EPA determined that it could be biologically appropriate to aggregate risk from dermal and oral exposures, but did not aggregate risk from these routes of exposures because this draft supplement does not include conditions of use or pathways in which both oral and dermal exposure routes are considered. However, the general population include consumers, and as such, aggregate exposure should be quantified for the general population and consumers in these scenarios. Likewise, workers, for example, dishwashers, domestic workers, etc., are also consumers and in the general population. So aggregate exposure should be quantified for these scenarios and routes within these scenarios. As EPA states in section 2605B4F2 of the TSCA requires EPA as a part of the risk evaluation to describe whether aggregate or sentinel exposures under the conditions of use were considered and the basis for their consideration. EPA defines sentinel exposure as the exposure to a single chemical substance that represent the plausible upper bound of exposure relative to all exposures within a broad category of similar or related exposures, 40 CFR 702.33. To comply with this TSCA requirements, the sentinel exposures, quantitative aggregate exposure across groups is necessary. In May, EPA published the public comment on a set of draft guidelines for cumulative risk assessments, building on several previous guidance documents and recommendations of numerous other organizations and public advocates. Clearly, the agency recognizes the need to evaluate the combined impact of multiple exposures. While the guidelines primarily addressed cumulative risks from different chemicals or stressors, the need to assess the cumulative risk of multiple exposures to the same chemical is equally important, and the analysis seems less complicated to perform. EPA characterized aggregate exposures to and risk from 1,4-dioxane only qualitatively, citing substantial uncertainties in any quantitative approach. This was criticized in several of the public comments. EPA's rationale is discussed in section 5.2.2.5 on page 164. It states that oral exposure primarily results in liver tumors. This finding is apparently extrapolated to dermal exposure. In contrast, inhalation exposure is associated with multiple tumor types. This seems an inadequate basis for abandoning any attempt at quantitative analysis. The failure to aggregate exposure across pathways is never really explained except for a reference to uncertainties. That's in the quotes. The question is whether quantitative aggregation would affect the ultimate decision on unreasonable risk. At a minimum, it is suggested that EPA performs several quantitative analyses of aggregate risks for the same population using different assumptions or methods to resolve the uncertainties. If these results these result in substantially different results, and so long as the assumptions and the methods are reasonable, the analysis would most protective of human health should be used. As stated in line 1356 and 1357, aggregate exposure was defined by EPA as combined exposure to individuals from a single chemical substance across multiple routes and across multiple pathways. While the current draft does a good job of aggregating and characterizing sources of 1,4-dioxane to a single exposure source, i.e. water and air separately, it does not account for multiple pathways of exposure. Although aggregating across pathways, that is inhalation, dermal, and ingestion, would have levels of uncertainty, it would be a better reflection of real-life scenarios. The general population, especially those in the susceptible subpopulations, suffer the highest risk with potential underestimation of 1,4-dioxane. An argument can be made that aggregation of exposure to capture an estimate of total body load is appropriate and biologically revealing, and in keeping with the realities of exposure. A vast number of people in the US are exposed with differences in proportion of exposure from dermal, oral, and or dermal routes. There are both intra-individual differences across a lifetime and surely inter-individual differences due to geography, occupation, life activities, and other factors discussed by EPA. The probability risks calculated for different scenarios should show orders of magnitude across these different situations. EPA certainly has the ability to mathematically aggregate exposures across different routes of exposure, and existing computational tools can handle the task. There may be value in parsing the meaning of variability across exposures sums of these multiple routes. But EPA scientists are reflecting on the biological relevance as presented by tumor incidents consequential to route-specific exposures in systematic delivery systems across different rodent species. Decade-long debate on such interpretive dilemmas were revisited in our previous committee discussions handling EPA scientists' conclusion upon which the structure of their risk calculations. The presentation of risk estimation in the supplemental evaluation comports to the present cancer risk traditions and spirit of the previous committee advice. Under different exposure scenarios, similar situations, there may be good reason to afford a counterpoint to EPA's decision to not aggregate the exposure routes. However, that effort be less important for this case given the broad, complex exposure scenarios likely to involve a broad swath of US residents. Also, the cancer risk calculations show variability in orders of magnitude, which will not be focused further by additive factors. And it seems of little value to reopen the hazard assessment, cancer risk slopes related discussions in service to these mathematical circumstances. It is, however, important to identify groups of people who are likely to experience high exposures and or durable exposures by single or multiple routes. It is important to describe stressors with some quantitative perspective, which can make such exposures more consequential to people in terms of their vulnerability or response to the cancer occurrence. That is key to meaningful risk assessment and in concert with the Lautenberg Act. EPA's delineation of susceptible exposures by any route summarized in Table 5-11 does not meet the standard and thus exposure estimation with or without aggregation does not presently address the special PESS risk. Those are all the comments I have gotten from my colleagues and include mine as well. So I'm going to go now, Dr. Cobb, if you're okay with it, to my colleagues on this one.
Please proceed.
All right, so let's see. Where is my agenda? Okay, here it is. Dr. Jenkins.
Thank you. I don't have any additional comments.
All right. Dr. Francesca Merced-Nieves.
Hi, I don't have anything to add. The only thing I would say is that there was a time point where I think your voice went out. I don't know if it happened to everyone, but at least for me. And I believe the point where it went out is when you were trying to talk about how those that have occupational exposures also have general population exposures, and those should be aggregated, and it hasn't in the current. But I will let somebody with a
okay.
understanding of that.
Sorry about that. I was reading and I was not looking at the Zoom, so
That's okay.
didn't
I
realize
don't
that
know
happened.
if it went out everywhere, but I just wanted to let you know that in my end, you were mute for a second.
Thank you for clarifying that. This is George Cobb. Thank you for clarifying that. That went out. It went out for about maybe 5 seconds on my end. I don't know about anybody else.
Yeah.
Something with the internet, maybe. All right, moving on, Dr. Mackenzie.
Yes, thank you. And just to clarify, that was when you did go out. Yeah, that was, workers are part of the general population and they're also consumers of the products. So
Right.
all of those need to be aggregated. All the scenarios, it's kind of nested, if you will. And I have no other further comments. Thank you for such a good summary.
Right, and Mr. Wright.
Dr. Apte, you captured my comments perfectly, including a paragraph that I sent you about 10 minutes ago, which was quite impressive. So thank you for a great summary.
Right. So I just want to say that almost all of us agree that this qualitative risk assessment has issues, and they are all captured in the comments, and they will be in the written comments clearly.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Apte, and all of the discussants on this question. At this point, I'll open it up to the committee, and it looks like Dr. Rubin is ready to go with a comment.
Hello there. Yes, Rainbow Rubin, adding my agreement that population and occupational exposures should be aggregated. And secondly, in addition to the qualitative analysis, the aggregate exposure should be quantified, and that having a shared target organ, even if not an exactly overlapping set of target organs from different routes of exposure, does not preclude a quantitative aggregate analysis. Rather, it is a justification for quantifying an additive effect. I will also echo comments that preference should be made for uncertainty introduced from making the most health protective assumptions among the most exposed and sensitive populations rather than less health protective assumptions. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Dr. Ottinger. Thank you for a very thorough set of comments, and I'm just providing this comment into the record to reiterate and reinforce the importance of considering the geographic juxtaposition of some communities and potential aggregate exposures that have a high potential of exposure to additional stressors that are chemical and non-chemical that could have synergistic adverse effects. And that the importance of lifetime exposures and life stage and chronic versus intermittent exposures were covered very thoroughly and much appreciated. And this refers to my comments that I provided per charge question 3B as well. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ottinger. And Dr. Rubin, specifically, if you can make sure Dr. Apte has your comments, you made some very specific ones. And it seemed like, Dr. Ottinger, your comments are already captured in another area of the document. And maybe we can just reference that crosstalk in the document where we can refer back and forth to different sections. Are there other comments from the committee on charge question 4C? If there are none, I'll go.
Yeah, I've got one, just couldn't get to my hand.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Ginsburg, and then Dr. Chasen, you'll be next.
Hi, Gary Ginsburg. So maybe I missed it in this group's readout of their comments, but regarding the inhalation route of exposure, there is a separate inhalation cancer potency factor. So we have an oral cancer potency factor, there's an inhalation cancer potency factor. Certainly, it would not be very difficult for aggregate risk across within the same receptor that would logically be getting both oral and inhalation and dermal exposures, for that matter, to accumulate the cancer risk across those different endpoints. Well, it's pretty much similar cancer endpoints, but there is an inhalation paper by Kasai et al. That the iris slope factor for inhalation is based upon. There's obviously the Cano et al. Oral exposures, which has the oral slope factor. So, you know, there is a good setup. I guess my point is there is a good setup to do aggregate risk across these different exposure routes. So for EPA to not do it, I don't think there's a scientific reason to not do it or a data gap reason to not do it, is my point. Thank you.
Can you please send those comments to me?
Yeah, I could put something short together.
Dr. Ginsburg. Thank you.
Yeah, it really is important for the lead discussants to have these comments to, or they will not get in the document. So Dr. Chasen.
Oh, thank you. This is Chris Chasen. I was just curious, this is a question to EPA. Does this approach for splitting this out this way and not doing aggregates as was discussed at length here, is that new? Is that a new approach for EPA, or are there other chemicals recently which took this same approach? I was just wondering if we were drifting into a new policy for EPA. Thank you.
So if we can, I'll let the agency. Do you want to answer that right away? Yes, you're ready. Yes, please, Dr. Wagner, please.
Yeah, this is Susanna Wagner with EPA. I want to make sure I understand your question. I think you're asking, is the approach that we took for aggregate new? In this case, for the first 10 chemicals, there were very few cases where we aggregated across. There was one example where we aggregated across routes. That was NMP, where we had some PBPK models. For most of the other chemicals, there were very few scenarios that we aggregated. And as Kevin was describing in the presentation, what we've done for 1,4-dioxane was to focus on a couple of aspects of aggregation to move forward on in this assessment. So the aggregation across sources within water, sources within air. But there's, I think, specifically on the aggregation across routes question, at this point, it's not a novel thing to not aggregate across routes, because that's sort of the precedent of many of the first 10 and the original 1,4-dioxane risk evaluation. I think the question that we're currently wrestling with are what are the decision points for each chemical as we move forward? What are the scenarios in which we do or don't aggregate across routes, across pathways, et cetera? And so what we've done in the case of 1,4-dioxane is to use a certain criteria, i.e. that it's not that if it's not clear that it's focused on the same target organ. We see this as a gray area, which is a reason that we took it. Like the case of 1,4-dioxane really falls into a gray area of, is it the same target organ or not, which is why we've brought it to you. But for other chemicals, in theory, that same decision criteria could be a basis for determining whether or not to aggregate across routes. But based on the feedback we hear from you, we can sort of continually refine that criteria as we move forward. Does that, or
yeah, can I just, that's very interesting, and thank you. Can I just sort of expand on the question? Is this this appears to me to be different perhaps than the way, say, the pesticides office toxicologists look at this. Can you comment on whether or not this is consistent with a cancer assessment methodology used at other parts of EPA?
I haven't worked in the pesticides office. I don't want to comment on the comparison across offices at this point. I will say actually though that my understanding is that there tends to be a focus on aggregating when across chemicals when the target organs are consistent. I don't want to get too far into the pesticides office territory because it's not my expertise.
And
okay.
That's understandable.
This is Chris Chasen. I really wasn't looking for a comparison. I think my point that I was not very articulate with was sort of there's a sort of an EPA philosophy about some of these kinds of things, as well as international and other groups on how to approach similar things. And I was just wondering if, in fact, you're sort of in line with those different kinds of approaches, and it might be worthwhile to take a look at that kind of thing, or are you off on your own path? So I don't know the answer to that, and I'm not making a recommendation. I think this panel gave you plenty to look at. I was just curious about that. Thank you.
Yeah, what I can say briefly is that as we are developing this sort of broader decision criteria that would apply across chemicals, that we are looking to other parts of the agency and the general guidelines that they're following to help inform us and to try to stay in line with our sister offices.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Wright.
Yeah, I just wanted to, well, first a confession. I had hoped to go back and look at the tox studies tonight, which obviously is not going to happen. But I'll probably do it later. But I just wanted to suggest we take it with a grain of salt that the main or the only tumor type for dermal exposures is the liver. To use an example, and I'll use in this case really an epidemiological study instead of a tox study or an epidemiological data. When we first identified vinyl chloride as carcinogen, it was based on a finding of angiosarcoma of the liver in essentially one worker. And for a time, it was thought that that was the main tumor type for vinyl chloride. Turns out vinyl chloride causes cancer in a lot of different organs, but that was not seen initially because those cancers are much more common. So they were kind of hidden in the background noise. Like I said, I'd like to read the original research, but I think we ought to maybe consider the possibility that that oral and dermal exposures cause more tumor types at a higher rate, at least, than simply liver cancer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wright. Dr. Apte.
So I want to comment on that and the previous discussion about cancer risk as the sort of the use. What I would recommend here is really consider the mode of action of the chemical. I think the mechanism by which it causes cancer is of utmost importance. And if I'm not wrong, what I remember is it's a metabolism-driven CYP2E1 dependent mechanism, because the final sites where getting tumors are all very enriched in CYP2E1, where dioxin is metabolized. And don't quote me on that yet, but I think I'm right on that. And so that's why you get nasal epithelium lesions, you get liver as a primary site. And a lot of times the other cancers you see may be metastases or things like that, and they may not be the original site of cancer. And so I think considering the mode of action when you're aggregating risk might actually help, because then you are following the mechanism by which the chemical will actually cause the toxicity, right? And then that might help in figuring out what is the route and what happens versus what is the background and what comes after. So that's my comment.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Ginsburg.
Yeah, perhaps I can weigh in a little bit on the last couple of comments. Regarding the cancer mechanism for 1,4-dioxane, I recently wrote a summary paper on this, but it's still not well established. I mean, the CYP2E1 mechanism and related oxidative stress, whether it's mitochondrial based or throughout the whole liver, throughout the whole nucleus, and it's unclear. I think more research needs to be done. There are active research programs looking at the cancer mechanism for this chemical. It seems to be somewhat in between classic mutagen genotoxic agents and between some of the classic promoters. And there's a lot of very interesting research that has happened recently that's ongoing. So given that, and given the fact that there's multiple tumor sites, and the main one that's being explored for cancer mechanism is the liver, so what is happening in the nose or the GI tract is even less well known. I would characterize, in my own personal view and the way I wrote it up, as still an active area of research. But regarding the cumulative nature of it, regardless of whether it's the same mechanism or different mechanisms in different tumor sites, the nasal tumors probably and dermal don't connect well. The oral study by Kano et al., the concept was that the animals were splashing around from their water bottles, and there was a lot of exposure in the nose directly that wouldn't happen maybe as much in a classic dermal exposure scenario. So that was one reason why we thought the nasal tumors were popping up in that oral study. The inhalation study also showed nasal tumors. So pretty clearly, when dioxane gets access to the nasal turbinates, it produces, there's enough either CYP2E1 or other related mechanisms to cause nasal tumors. Whether that would happen to the same extent in a dermal exposure scenario is I think less certain. But EPA has a long-standing history in IRIS of accumulating across different cancer targets to come up with a cumulative potency value, adding leukemia, say, and liver, or kidney and liver, to overall tumor rates. So for there to be an aggregate assessment adding across different tumor types would not be a big leap, and I think would be consistent with other EPA approaches. So I think a quantitative is possible here across inhalation and oral, even if the tumor targets don't exactly line up. I think it would be tough to make that argument on mechanistic grounds, other than we just don't know what the mechanism is yet.
Thank you very much. Other comments from the committee? So if there are none, I'm going to go back to the EPA and see if Dr. Wegner and her team have any points of clarification they would like to receive from the committee.
This is Susanna Wagner with EPA. Thank you for the discussion. It's been interesting. I don't think we have any further questions or clarifications.
Okay. Well, with that, I think that we are coming to a close. I have a couple of closing comments. I think our DFO, Allah Kamal, also has a few closing comments. Before I go there, is there anything else in the committee before we proceed? Gary, did you raise your hand again, or is it just still up?
Yes, yes. So
Please.
I just have sort of a process question. I mean, we can have a long list or wish list of things that ideally the agency could do to improve this. I think the committee or the panel did a great job of identifying lots of areas, but it might take another decade for EPA to do all that. I'm just wondering, is there a winnowing or prioritization process? I've never been on a SAC committee to try to help EPA understand what are top items to focus on, what would be less important, and what would be nice in a perfect world. Just wondering if there's a way to prioritize.
So before I answer that, I'm going to ask Allah if this is something that we should handle after the meeting closes, this administrative discussion, or should we just go ahead and have it now?
Sure, we are planning to have another internal meeting with the SAC members after the close of this, and we can definitely talk about this issue, Dr. Ginsburg.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's great.
Yes, I think that's best, and there are answers to that, and we'll cover those in just a few minutes. So, Mr. Wright.
I just wanted to say, as a new SAC member, I've been really impressed by the quality of this discussion. I've been involved in a lot of OSHA and MSHA rulemakings and some NIOSH hazard evaluations, and this process has been by far the most sophisticated and the most complex of really any of those, and a lot of that's due to the quality of the committee, but I think the major factor is the real quality of the EPA staff. There was an article in the October issue of a little publication of the American Public Health Association called Our Nation's Health that reviewed EPA's progress under the new TSCA in the 6 or so years it's been active, and you all have made a lot of terrifically impressive progress. I think we can safely say you saved a lot of lives. So I think the American people really owe you a great debt of gratitude. And sometimes we think that the American government is a bunch of politicians on basically Capitol Hill and in the White House area, but American government is really a lot of dedicated public servants like you, and so I'm really proud to be associated with this committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wright, for your kind words. And EPA's goal is always to protect human health and the environment.
Yes, thank you for those comments. Okay, I have a couple of closing comments, and then I'll turn it over to Allah to, I guess, formally close us as our federal official. So I do want to thank everyone on the committee, and ad hoc members and full members. I'd also like to thank the EPA scientists that are writing these documents, making these presentations, answering our questions. It's a tough job. I don't think it's a job I could do. And I really would like to express my appreciation and state for the record that occasionally my comments may come across as adversarial or confrontational, and they're absolutely not meant to be. They're meant to provide constructive paths forward and maybe rationales for accomplishing the things that you may want to accomplish anyway. I also hope that the EPA will not only use these comments to improve the current 1,4-dioxane supplement, but will also consider how these concepts and approaches can be used in developing future risk determinations or risk assessments. I think that's your plan, but I'd just like to encourage that as we move forward. With that, I'd just simply again like to thank everybody for participating. And if the committee members will stick around after we close the public meeting, we can have some administrative discussions. Thank you, and I'll turn it over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Cobb. And before we close, me too, I would like to thank everyone who contributed to this meeting. First, I would like to thank the Peer Review and Ethics Branch in EPA for preparing for this meeting, including the branch chief, Steve Knott, the executive secretary, Tamu Gibson, and the DFOs and assistant deputy ethics officials, Dr. Charlene Mann and William Woogie. I also want to thank Ms. Joyce Coates and Ms. Barbara Ewell from the administrative staff of the Peer Review and Ethics Branch. I would like to thank the contractor in Dyna for their help in the Zoom meeting, for preparation also of the YouTube webcasting. I'd like to thank you, Dr. Cobb, for leading such an important meeting and going through all the agenda items and for following FACA requirements. Thank you to the SAC committee members and the ad hoc reviewers for their input and participation in the meeting. Thanks are also due to the OPP team for presenting the draft documents and responding to the committee questions. Thanks also for the public for presenting their oral comments at the beginning of the meeting. We ask the committee members to stay in the meeting and everyone else can leave the meeting. The meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.